Welcome to our formal board meeting, and it is 9:05 and we are beginning. So welcome and thank you all for being here this morning. Today we're going to conduct our meeting in person with two directors participating remotely. General Counsel Edwards, did you want to talk about that?
Yes, thank you. Directors Meyer and Director Smith will be participating remotely under the Just Cause exception in Government Code Section 54953 due to contagious illness. No vote is required.
I'll be moderating any requests to speak today, so press your speaker button and we'll be watching it on the queue and be calling on people. Kelly, will you call the roll, please?
Director Acosta.
Here.
Quirum.
Here.
Chair Katz.
Here.
Director Kennedy.
Here.
McMillan.
Yes.
Skelzetti.
Present.
Secretary Hilliker. Here. Director Yamani.
Here.
Leahy. Director Leahy.
She's here, sir.
Myers.
Here.
Director Croucher is absent. Director Smith. Director Smith. Director Swanson.
Here.
Director Simpson is absent. Director Heidemann.
Here.
Wiley is absent. Director Hurst.
Present.
Director Bays is absent. Director Abdullahi is absent. Director Bukowitz.
Here.
Fong Sakai.
Good morning, I'm present.
Macedo.
Present.
Madaffer.
Here.
Vice Chair Serrano.
Here.
Director Steiner.
Here.
Vespi.
Here.
Whitburn is absent. Director Lyons.
Here.
Hogan.
Present.
Castaneda is absent. Director Elithop.
Here.
Arant.
Here.
Miller.
Here.
Ray.
Present.
And Supervisor Desmond is absent. Chair, we have a quorum.
Great, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1 minute. Just checking with the city right now. We have a quorum, thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any proxies?
Yes, we have 3 proxies today. Director Arant is the proxy for Director Bays and Director Wiley, and Director Smith, when present, is the proxy for Director Croucher.
Okay. Do we have any public comment that is not related to rates and charges?
I have 2 slips that haven't said if they're speaking on rates and charges. Mr. Connor Evans and Lydia Ponce, are you speaking on rates and charges or something else on the agenda? Okay, is that Mr. Connor Evans? Please step up. Mr. Evans, you have 3 minutes to make your comments and you may begin now.
Thank you very much. Connor Everts, Environmental Water Caucus, Southern California Watershed Alliance, and Food and Water Watch. It's been a while since I've been down here, left at 5:15 from Santa Monica to get through the traffic. And thank you for changing this opportunity to earlier, so now I can have breakfast before I go back home. What I wanted to say relates to the last time I was here is when the Poseidon-Carlsbad plant passed. And at that, for a long time, I've been coming down, challenging that. I've worked on the issue since the late 80s when I lived in Ojai and was on the Casitas Municipal Water District and head of the groundwater agency. At that time, we saw that, and my background is doing conservation for municipal water agencies. At that time, we realized that desalination was a bad investment because demand and conservation was increasing. So as demand continues to drop, the percentage of the pie is the most expensive water. So I think this is an opportunity, given what's happened in Huntington Beach and many of the other plants. There were 29 proposed once up and down the coast, that you should thinking about how to divest and how to provide affordable water as we worked on with AB 401. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Lydia, you have 3 minutes, and you may begin now.
Thank you. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway through 2024, and I stand before you as a proud grandma, Indigenous woman, Quechua and Mayo, and Scottish. We are at the prefaces of the Eagle and the Condor prophecy, and the path that we have to choose is for healing, not for further destruction. We are living way well outside of our means and the things that Earth Mother can provide us as her children. We need to take the path of being a better relative, not because we're doing it wrong, it's because we can be doing it better. We need to be better relatives. The conscious mind and heart connected globally as a community. We have children in the Congo suffering so we can have our cell phones and the lithium. The mines are everywhere, and it's all being planned for, and it's this green capitalism that continues to further decimate and make plans for green capitalism. We have to live within the means of the daylight of the day, and when the night falls, perhaps the major cities are the ones that should be occupying more of these ideas of conservation and really living and not abuse and neglect of our one mother. We all share the same mother, and that's what makes us relatives. So I stand before you, not because I speak for the Kumeyaay, but I did speak to Stan Rodriguez, and he's just 2 hours outside of Sundance. It's a very sacred time between May and September for Indigenous people, as we are invited to these sacred ceremonies, not just for ourselves, but for our communities that touch each other. And the only difference between all of us is our zip codes and our area codes. Chances are pretty good we all have a pot of beans, we all have sourdough bread, we all have similar things that we eat. But the uniqueness is to honor the differences. So he gave me permission to say that he would like to connect and reconnect and have a relationship of mending and healing, because the water should never have been sold, and the water is life. It's our first medicine that we all have in common. So when does this foolishness end? You can't agendize these things. We have to actually sit and honor one another, as we are all stories of our ancestors. We all are. We're poems yet to be shared. So what's it going to take? This world has profoundly changed. And
You
it's
have
not on
30
the agenda.
seconds remaining.
It's not
Please
on
wrap
the
up your
agenda.
comments.
And I ask you to put the tribal consultation on your agenda, make time, and it is the state policy for environmental justice. Why are we not honoring that? I will show up for 2 or 3 minutes to speak on that, because that is to honor, defend, and protect what is sacred. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone to make comments other than the public hearing on rates and charges. Chair Katz, I have no further speakers.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additions to the agenda?
No additions.
Okay. First, we have a resolution. We have the retirement of our board member, Rocky Quaylen. So it's a resolution of the Board of Directors thanking Rocky for serving on the board and on his retirement from the Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to...
Motion. Second.
Okay. That's a motion by Secretary Hilliker and a second by Director Scalzetti. Kelly, if you'll call the roll.
Director Costa.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair Katz.
Yes.
Director Kennedy.
Yes.
McMillan. Yes. Scalzetti.
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker. Yes. Director Imani.
Yes.
Lady.
Yes.
Director Myers. Yes, Director Myers, your mic is muted. Director Smith.
Yes.
Director Myers, do you want to give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down? I can see you.
Yes.
Thank you. Director Swanson?
Abstain.
Heidemann?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Buckowitz?
Yes.
Fonseca?
Yes.
Casado?
Yes.
Madaffer?
Yes.
Vice Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Director Steiner?
Yes.
Bensby?
Yes.
Lyons?
Yes.
Hogan?
Yes.
Elizar?
Yes.
Arant? Yes. Miller? Yes. Ray?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. And the second part of that, which doesn't take a vote, is that we would like to welcome back Kyle Swanson, the general manager, and welcome back to our board of directors. We're thrilled to have you back. Any comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the board for the welcoming back. Appreciate that.
Great. Okay, we will go on to action, discussion, and presentation. And we have 3 different items that we're going to talk about this morning. Then we're going to adjourn the board meeting, go into committee meetings, and then reconvene the board meeting at around 2 o'clock for the rest of the business that we have. The first item is adopting water authority rates and charges for calendar year 2025. Last month, the board adopted rates and charges with the MWD pass-through costs and also the reallocation of the fixed costs due to detachment. That amount came to 7.7%. The board asked staff to come back this month to discuss further rate increases for calendar year 2025. And that memo begins on page 5 of your agenda packet. There are currently 3 different rate options for the board to consider today. We'll begin with a public hearing, and after we receive comments from the public, I'll close the public hearing, and we'll hear a presentation by Lisa Marie, Pierce, and our financial advisors on what the calendar year 2025 rate increase will look like. I'm now officially opening the public hearing to consider adoption of rates and charges. Any persons desiring to speak or provide written comment to the board regarding these matters may do so now. Kelly, I'll turn it to you to manage it.
Thank you. We have a number of speakers this morning. First up would be Ms. Suzanne Till. You have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please begin now.
My name is Suzanne Till. I'm a director for Division 2, Padre Dam Municipal Water District, but today I'm speaking as a private citizen of Santee. The San Diego County Water Authority water supplies from the Poseidon or Channel Slide, that's their new name, Carlsbad Desalination Plant, and water transfers from the Imperial Irrigation District are probably the most expensive developed water supplies in the state of California, maybe the United States. Subsequently, San Diego County ratepayers use less water. They keep using less water. We're conserving. Yet ratepayers, our water bills continue to increase. San Diego County ratepayers cannot bail out San Diego County Water Authority's business failures by paying double-digit water rate increases year after year. And we're looking at, and nobody is saying this is a 25% rate increase over the past 2 years. This is unconscionable. The most alarming San Diego County Water Authority business transaction is the take-or-pay contract with Poseidon, or Channel Slide, for the desalinated water produced in Carlsbad. This contract guarantees profit for private investors located, I believe, in Scotland. San Diego County Water Authority's proposed 2024 double-digit water rate hikes will provide more profit for Poseidon's investors at the expense of San Diego County water ratepayers. Poseidon's take-or-pay contracts with the San Diego County Water Authority demonstrate how privatized water can breach the public trust of California's coastal and water resources. San Diego County Water Authority staff state that Poseidon's desalinated water makes San Diego County drought-proof. I ask the board to consider the true costs of continuing the take-or-pay contracts with Poseidon. These costs are increased greenhouse gas emissions, destruction of marine life, and extremely overpriced water. However, there is affordable and environmentally responsible water reuse technology to make San Diego County drought-proof, water purification from wastewater. For example, starting in 2026, the Advanced Water Purification Project will provide up to 30% of East San Diego County's freshwater demand. East County AWP water costs are less than Poseidon's desalinated water. East County's AWP will not provide profits to offshore investors in Scotland.
You have
East
30
County
seconds. Please wrap up
AWP
your comments.
How much? 30 seconds. East County AWP will not destroy marine life, and we're going to generate our own energy. I call upon San Diego County Water Authority to end the impudent and overpriced take-or-pay contracts with Poseidon Desalination Plant in Carlsbad. This one action would be a first step towards restoring the public's trust in San Diego County Water Authority's ability to provide reliable and affordable water to San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Bradley Lawson. You have 3 minutes to make your comments and may begin now.
Hi, I'm Bradley Lawson, and I'm a resident of Santee. I don't speak to you today as an affiliate of Suzanne Till. I speak to you as a representative of my generation who will inherit the decisions you make today. Policymakers in the last 20 years have minimized the lasting impact in favor of doing what's easiest for them at the moment. Reckless decisions over the last 20 years have eroded faith in politics my generation never had. Because of the endless stream of short-sighted decisions made by all levels of government, I have friends my age who are self-proclaimed socialists and self-proclaimed anarchists because they no longer believe this government can serve them. So today, I ask you to consider whether a 25% water rate increase over the next 2 years is in the best interest of the next generation. I ask you to begin to restore the faith of my friends in this political system. I ask you to stop adding to the insurmountable cost of living crisis a 21-year-old college graduate faces in San Diego. And I hope that you see, if you make another poor decision today, you are only adding to the burden of the next generation because you didn't feel like solving the problems you were appointed to fix. Vote no on increasing water rates and allow my generation to thrive in the world you leave behind. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. I see no further speakers, Chair Katz.
Okay. I thank all of the speakers that were here today, and this will officially close the public hearing. We'll now hear from our Director of Finance, Lisa Marie Harris, and our Rate and Debt Manager, Pierce Rosum. And I want to just, in starting, thank both of you and your teams for all the work that you've been doing on rates and charges. This is probably the 6th month that you've been back here talking about it, and your response to the board on the different requests that we've had over the 6 months have been great and really appreciative. So Pierce, turn it over to you.
Well, thank you for that opening, and you know, staff also really appreciates all the work that each of the member agencies put in through this process, and then over the last 7 months, really working with the board as well. This is a hard choice, and we have a lot of understanding that we're trying to do everything we can for this organization, for the region, and for our ratepayers. As we look at As we look at kind of where we are today, you heard in the opening comments, last month the board adopted Ordinance 2024-03 that allows the pass-through of the metropolitan rates as well as the impacts of detachment to be reflected in the rates and charges. Today's action, we're looking to do the rest of the remaining 2025 revenue requirement. So everything we're talking about today already includes that 7.7%. What we're looking to do is just set all-inclusive rates this month. So that would be in terms of those rate drivers and impacts, all of the colors that are included. when we talk about where we've started this process, 7 months, we had an initial impact of 30%. That's the internal analysis. So while we've been in front of the public for the last 7 months, staff is always looking at the numbers, looking at up-to-date information, where we stand. And December, things were looking pretty challenging with falling demands, and then a very abnormal Hurricane Hilary that further suppressed demands in August of last year. But with a unique water deal that our general manager was able to negotiate in the back half of calendar 23, that gave us some breathing room. That was a $20 million benefit to this organization in terms of cost savings, and that allowed us to kind of enter the normal rate setting cycle with a 22% initial analysis. There's been a lot of work throughout this whole process, and as you can see, we've gone from about 22% to 16 to 22%. Last month we were at 15.4 to 18%, and here today we sit between a 14.0% increase up to a 16.9% increase. There's been a lot of work on this in terms of budget cuts, discussions, looking at our operations, what can we do with our contractual obligations. Every lever has been pulled, every stone has been turned. And in addition, last month the board adopted the pilot upfront program, and that allows that number to be further reduced by about 1.5% if the agency elects to opt into that option. So a 14% option could be drawn down all the way to about a 12.5% impact should the agency elect to opt in for calendar 25 participation. What we wanted to do first is there have been some updates in terms of our credit rating discussions, so I'm going to turn that over to Lisa Marie and our financial advisor to talk about that.
Good morning, Chair Katz and Board of Directors, and I'd also like to thank this board for all your hard work as well. It has been over 6 months, almost 7 months now, but this has been a challenging rate cycle, obviously because of the 2 years, and it's been hard work on all of our part, and we definitely want to work hard for the ratepayers. So this discussion, we just wanted to remind the board of where we stand with our credit ratings so that we understand the importance of those ratings. Next discussion. So the day following the board meeting in June, we were requested to have an in-depth meeting. I know some folks have minimized this, but I can tell you over my 30-year career, and I've negotiated with rating agencies over 25 years, and I've never been asked for this type of in-depth review. Typically, when we go to market, that's when we talk to rating agencies. We don't be summoned in to review our financials. So from my perspective, this is a very serious action that Moody's has asked us to come in to talk to them about our financial position. And so we scheduled a meeting in August, and we will do that. And it just concerns the staff a little bit more because Moody's is our lowest rated rating of all the 3. We do have a split rating, and Moody's is the lowest. So it's just something that we want the board to be well aware of. And this particular work will require significant effort among the staff, and so we will be delaying the long-range financial planning process to next summer, because as you all know, we'll be going into our 2-year budget as well as the next rating cycle probably in about 5 months from now. And so we want to be up to speed on that. So next slide. So this is just to remind you of where we sit with our split ratings. S&P is the AAA, Fitch is the AA+, and Moody's is the A12. And so you can see there's been some confusion as well about, well, what is the cost of a downgrade? Because we have a split rating, that's why we have to look at a range of options. If we're downgraded to AAA to AA, the financial advisor, which he'll come and speak, Doug Montague, has estimated to be around $30 million. Now, as you can see, we only have one AAA rating, and that's why we also had to evaluate the possibility of a AA to a single A, and that rises the cost to $95 million. And that cost is spread over 10 years. It's impacting a number of financial transactions one being our letter of credit and our daily entry into the market when we manage our commercial paper. It also impacts the accelerated debt issuance that's a part of this potential board action, along with the numerous refundings that we would like to proceed with in the very near future. And we want to also remind the board that a downgrade does not recover in a year or two. It could take 5 years or more. Next slide. So this slide just again reminds the board of our metrics. We currently fall significantly below the financial metrics to meet a AA or a AAA. However, these are not the only metrics that rating agencies review. They mostly also review qualitative metrics, which are leadership, board policies, meeting those board policies, meeting the annual rate setting process in a timely manner, speaking about the requirement or the desire to maintain strong ratings in a public setting. All these qualitative metrics in addition to the financial metrics is why we've maintained those AA, AAA ratings, because the rating agencies think very highly of this board and thinks very highly of this leadership. And as a result, we've been able to maintain strong ratings despite the weaker financial metrics. Next slide. And I know we had a question about, well, the Water Authority doesn't pay down their debt. Well, I want to remind you that we are legally required every year to pay down our debt. And we pay principal and interest every single year. And I know there's a thought that maybe with the refunding, we're extending the debt, so that's why the debt never goes away. But it's been the position of this board to never extend a refunding when we go to market. When we refund debt, all we're doing is taking in a lower interest rate and lowering the interest payment, creating significant savings. The last time we did a refunding, we saved $67 million in a single year. And we actually front-loaded that savings and applied it to a single year. And that's what caused, or those 2 years, that's what caused that principal payment to go down significantly in those last 2 years, because we actually used refunding savings to lower that annual debt service. And that's the kind of savings we want to continue to see when we go out to market for refunding. And we're looking at multiple refunding opportunities over the next 2 or 3 years. So I'd like to continue to see $67 million savings that will offset the annual debt service in the very near future. And that's what's at stake if we have a rating drop. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Doug Montague. He's the principal owner of Montague DeRose. He's been in this business for, I'm not going to tell you how long, but he'll tell you. But he's been in very, very long. He has, some of his clients include the state of California, but he has clients all throughout the United States and largely dedicated to California. So I'll turn it over to Doug.
Thank you, Lisa Marie. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. Okay, it's 40 years. I'll just tell you, it's 40 years. But when I started in this business, we were refinancing 12% municipal bonds with 11% municipal bonds. That tells you how long ago that was. But talking a little bit about this issue of downgrades and the analysis that our firm has been asked to do over the past 4 or 5 months, we've tried to take as empirical approach to it as we could. That being said, it is definitely art, not science. So the estimates that we've come up with are based on sort of the empirical data that shows the cost of debt for single A-rated bond issuers, municipal issuers, AA and AAA. And then we've factored those differentials and the difference in basis points in yield, factored that into the various aspects of the authority's debt portfolio, including upcoming refundings, bonds sold for new projects, notes, medium-term notes that you have outstanding, and all the different aspects, the cost of bank facilities. And that led us to the results that we've presented on page 9, which Lisa Marie and Pierce have referred to. And that is that a move from AAA to AA in ratings would have less of an impact than a move from AA to single A. The market just charges more for the lower the rating. Turning to slide 10, I think it's been mentioned as well, but one of the greatest assets that the Water Authority has in terms of rating agency perception is the strength of this body. The fact that the board has and the financial managers have taken actions over the years, first showing great foresight in diversifying supply, and then and actually putting in place the capital improvements needed to make that happen. And over the past 10 or 15 years, the rating agencies have given you high praise for taking that action early and ahead of your peers. It's resulted in a higher than usual debt burden, and that's to be expected, but the rating agencies understand that that debt burden will be declining as debt is amortized and retired, and that future costs are, largely maintenance and refurbishment to existing facilities. The one thing that the rating agencies all indicate that are risks in the current environment, and I'll just read to you. Fitch says a failure to implement rate increases sufficient to support current capital plans could result in negative rating action. S&P says the board's demonstrated ability and willingness to increase service rates that promote cost recovery and revenue stability, and that if a downturn in sales isn't mitigated by reduced water purchases, and also if the Water Authority materially underperforms financial forecasts, resulting in materially lower debt service coverage or liquidity levels. And finally, Moody's, if there are significant declines in debt service coverage levels and draws on the rate stabilization fund that significantly exceed projections or overall weakening in liquidity. I won't go into all more details, but these metrics are front of mind with the analysts at this point, and the board, we would just encourage you to take actions that will help reduce anxiety on that level rather than increase it. It's also just, I think, I believe it's the right thing to do to make sure that, as painful as it may be, that you're doing what you need to ensure that both the metrics are maintained, and that you're planning for and following through with important capital improvement plans that you have. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Oh, back to Pierce.
We have a couple of questions. I'll start with, you have here on the second part a more likely scenario. If the rating agencies here, we're only talking about 1 year right now. We're talking about calendar year 2025. If the rating agencies hear about our plans for the next 2 years, the next 3 years after 2025, can these remedies be going up and not always looking at a downgrade?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think you're looking at best at the moment, I think the goal should be to maintain existing ratings. We've shown us some cases here where you get the rating agencies taking rating action with multiple downgrades at a single time. And then also what's more common is downgrades, gradual downgrades over time, maybe over 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, depending on the positions and the steps taken by the issuer management to shore up the deficiencies that exist. It's sort of in large part, it's a test of and a measurement of the will of the board to take required rate action.
We have 7 people who are in the queue to speak. Pierce and Lisa Marie have more of their presentation. Would you like to ask questions now of the advisors and then go back to Pierce and Lisa Marie to finish, or wait until they finish their presentation? Let's have Lisa Marie and Pierce, let's finish the presentation, and then we'll do speakers.
So as was mentioned, we're looking to meet with the rating agencies in August. This will be a significant lift for finance staff to respond to that request. There's going to be reforecasting of the financials. Right now, many of the rating agencies are using the 2021 long-range financial plan and that forecast. So when there's mention of using reserves below what was forecasted, that's the current forecast they're going off of. With this rating action and this request, what we would want to do is re-update the forecast. We don't have time to have this full, robust discussion for a long-range plan with the board as we had originally hoped. So that long-range plan would look to be delayed until next year. And in the short term, we would be developing, per the budget policy, we would be adopting a new 5-year rate forecast or new budget forecast. When we take a look at the rate alternatives, there are 3 existing options that are in front of us today. But when we go to the next slide, there's been a lot of work. I think maybe up to this point we're about 14, maybe 15 alternatives that have been presented publicly. There have been countless other alternatives that have been developed internally in terms of what can we do, what options do we have, and what strikes the best balance in terms of infrastructure risk, financial risk, ratings risk, and the willingness of this board to provide that roadmap as we go forward. So we originally worked with the Finance Planning Work Group and the board to develop a lot of alternatives, initially just saying, what is that proper balance? How can we, with minimal increases, what does that look like from an infrastructure risk standpoint? What does it look like from a financial risk standpoint? And we go to these check marks in terms of needing enough revenue increase in order to support the financials, while understanding, there are some options we can go from a capital standpoint, either the low risk or the moderate risk. And alternative 9 was ultimately that option that had the most momentum behind it in terms of supporting the financials, as well as mitigating a little bit of the infrastructure, but going to a moderate risk CIP. When we take a look at the 3 alternatives, what we're really focused on are maintaining the adopted board policies. These are policies that have been in place for the better part of over 2 decades in terms of days of cash, the rate stabilization fund policy, and ultimately trying to support credit. And as Lisa Marie mentioned, it's the refunding opportunities as well as the cost of new debt that we really want to provide or maintain those ratings so we can offer the lowest cost possible. Option 1 was an option that was presented last month. This would be the Finance Planning Work Group recommendation. That was the alternative 9, but it fully loads the awarded grant in terms of the grant that we anticipate to receive, $19 million, applying that full funding in calendar 25. Option 2 borrows the same set of assumptions as option 1, but it would require an additional $9 million of reserves to lower the rate, buy down the rate to 14%. As we've talked about before, the challenge with option 1 was that was the lowest rate possible while maintaining those check marks. So really any incremental increase in using reserves would reduce that financial performance and lead to those red check marks. Option 3 was this consideration, rather than using those reserve or those grant funds in 1 year, we heard some comments that best practices may be to do it over a larger period of time. We heard that comment from the board as well as the member agency managers. And so option 3, higher rate, because what it does is it splits the grant benefit over 2 years. So you're receiving half the benefit in calendar 25, and then what it's not really seen on the screen would be the benefit would also be partially applied to calendar 26. So those are the 3 options that are in front of us. Again, the board doesn't adopt options or percentages, they adopt rates and charges. Option 1 reflects that $1,385 in acre foot melted supply rate. Option 2, with the additional use of reserves, would buy down that melted supply rate by $30 an acre foot to $13.55. Option 3 would go higher because you're spreading that benefit of the grant over 2 years, and that would be $14.10 per acre foot. The majority of the rates, as seen in the table, are about equal. So when we're really talking about the impacts of these options, that top row is where you see the majority of the rate impact. So with that, that concludes our presentation. We're looking again for an action today that would adopt one of these options, the rates and charges, for use in calendar 25.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we'll start. We have 8 people in the queue with Vice Chair Serrano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, first and foremost, I want to extend my deepest thanks to our finance staff for their diligent work in carrying on this conversation and preparing all of the materials in front of us today and in the months past. I can't say enough how much I deeply appreciate all of your efforts, not only just in the general day-to-day functioning of this organization, but obviously in the contemplation of the item in front of us today. I want to begin by just sort of acknowledging, I think, everybody's collective frustration, and I know my frustration in being in this position and the position that we found ourselves in the last number of months. But I do want to be explicit that I know, and I certainly believe that we all know, that that's not necessarily the fault of anyone in this room. Certainly not our new general manager or his team, nor this new composition of the board of directors. As many of you know, I've served on this board since May of 2021. And every year since I've been here, I've been asked to support water rate increases for the good of this organization. And I have supported them, believing that this is what we must do for the good of the Water Authority as an organization and to continue fulfilling our mission of providing safe and clean water to our region's residents. Year over year, we've all had to do that. And that brings us to today. As noted in the staff presentation, this board was initially asked to pass through an up to 22% water rate increase when we began this process in May. That was untenable to the city of San Diego, so much so that the mayor of my city weighed in to make clear that that proposal would not be acceptable today, nor would the continued trend of relying on water rate increases be tenable for our community and the region. Now, I feel the need to confront this head on because I know that there are some who may scoff at a 1%, 0.5% reduction in the rate increase that we passed here today. I've certainly heard that before. But from my perspective, I don't care if that's quantified in $1, 15 cents, or a penny to the ratepayer. I don't feel it is for me as a member of this body to dismiss what that means to people. But be clear, every reduction means less money out of the pockets of our ratepayers, and that's why the city of San Diego remained firm in its belief that the authority can do more to meet the lower increase proposed today. I continue to believe that our priority must also be water affordability for all of our ratepayers. It is our duty to ensure every resident has access to affordable water. We cannot continue to impose such significant rate hikes without considering the broader impact on our community, especially those who we know are already struggling with the high cost of living. And that is true for residents as much as it is for business owners. It's unsustainable for us to keep pulling that lever without addressing the long-term challenges, the bigger structural challenges we face. I'll say it this way. We are sailing through treacherous waters, and I think all of us can see the iceberg. But we approach this critical juncture, we have a choice. We can continue full steam ahead, ignoring the signs, in ratepayer fatigue, and our continued overpurchase of water supplies without correlated demand, and our historic failure to come to the table to have the hard conversations necessary to deal with some of these obligations, or we can choose to pay attention and take action to change our course. This means exploring alternative revenue sources, making efficiencies, and ensuring every dollar spent tries to contribute to the long-term stability and affordability of this organization. The imbalance between our contracted water supplies and actual demand must be addressed with the innovative solutions and strategic long-term planning that I know that we are capable of. Our focus should be on optimizing our water management practices, seeking efficiencies where we can, and as I said, exploring alternative sources of revenue. And here's what I know for sure. We are up to this task. This board, this leadership team, we are up to this task. But it starts now, today, with this vote. I believe in this board. I believe in this leadership. I believe we can lead and do things different and better that prioritizes the ratepayer and ensures that we are sustainably meeting our mission today and well into the future. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion, but I would like to pose a question to staff first. Can you confirm that option number 2 is an up to amount for 14%?
Yes, so option 2 is the up to percent. Yeah, it's the 14% option, so the rates and charges that are defined there would be up to 14%.
Great, thank you. With that, I will move option 2 with one addition. We would like to ask staff to come back to the board quarterly, specifically the Administrative and Finance Committee, to update the board on water sales, not only for member agencies, but in any success we may achieve in water transfers or other related deals. In closing, I do just want to say I know this has been tough. But by adopting this recommendation, I believe we are taking a step in the right direction, sending a clear message that we as a board will not continue to just accept rate increases on their face without critically examining their impact on our communities. Further, we as a board are committed to finding solutions that are creative, innovative, and most of all, do not continually to disproportionately burden our residents. With that, I respectfully request your yes vote.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that motion.
I missed who it was. Was that? Great. Thank you. Okay. We'll go to discussion. We have a motion for option number 2 with a report back to the board on a quarterly basis. And we'll start with Director Heidemann.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question for Mr. McDonough, or I'm sorry if I butchered your name, sir. Montague. I apologize. So you had you used the term anxiety in the market, based on, obviously the financial analysts are listening to these meetings. And if we were to approve a rate that was other than the 14%, but maybe the 15.4%, could we still be downgraded? And I know that's more of a theoretical question, but in your professional opinion, could it be too late based on the conversations we have and the way that the financial analysts are evaluating this board's tolerance for its own adopted board policies?
I would say, Director, that there's a continued risk that even adopting option 1 or option 3 might not stem off a downgrade. That being said, I think the analysts also understand that rate setting is a messy, messy business.
Yeah.
Full of lots of pain. And I think as they listen to this or maybe watch it on video after the fact, they understand the issues and the pain, and I think they're sympathetic. There are these fundamental metrics that they look at, days liquidity, your reserves, your debt burden. Those things, coupled with things you can't control, could result in a downgrade. We can't tell you. We're only telling you the likelihood. They don't tell you in advance, and they can't and don't generally give you guidance ahead of time. But I think you definitely reduce the risk, but I can't say you eliminate it.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I was expecting that to be the answer, but I just thought maybe it might be something different. So I agree with a lot of what Nick said in terms of affordability and efficiency. Those are important things and theories for me. I also, find myself sitting here thinking that, what am I missing? Because, it's a function of, pay me now or pay me later, right? So we get really proud of our staff, our finance staff, when they get nationally recognized for awards. We hired the top talent in this organization, a lot of which came from Poway, which I love my Poway people out there, but they're good people and they're smart people and I trust them. And when they sit here in a very sober way, tell us that there are headwinds and these are decisions these are risky decisions. We also appoint a fiscal sustainability work group or strategy work group. Brian from Helix, Kim from Olivenhain, Gary. These folks are champions and they're the smartest people, smarter than most of us in this room, and they're telling us and making recommendations, and we're just flat out ignoring that, and I think it's dangerous. I think that there are efficiencies to be gained in our processes. I know that I've not been a fan of some of them. I'm still waiting for a report back on, our project labor agreement program. I hear from speakers that it's wildly inefficient. I think there might be some opportunities there to make some subtle adjustments. I know that's not a popular thing to say, but if we're getting one bids and higher than our engineer's estimate, that concerns me. So I trust what Lisa Marie and Pierce say, and I don't know how I could support anything other than supporting this board's policies and the financial metrics that we've all made commitments to. It's painful, and it puts us in difficult decisions and hard choices to make, but those are my comments, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Director Kennedy.
Oh, wow. The upper deck is getting the first go at this. Thank you, Chair. Can we go to slide 4? The one that had the, that's 5. Oh, whatever the one before. Hold on. Maybe my slide numberings are different than here we go. Yeah, I was reading through the controls report, and on page 91 of the controls report, it indicated there was a $23 million positive budget variance in operating expenses as through 11 months out of the year. I don't want to steal any of Director Leahy's thunder here, and I noticed that, we went from 30 to 22% based on the $20 million savings that the general manager came. I'm wondering, when we finish the end of the year, when we look at the controller's report, we look at our CIP expenditures and our operating expenditures are both below budget. How does that factor into the next year as far as in the rate impact? Is that all tied into these calculations? How does that work?
Well, we're proposing a budget increase as well, or budget amendments. So those would be factored into that. So it is assuming that the savings that we're realizing this first year will roll over into the second year, and those monies that CIP underspend in the first year will actually be spent in the second year, in particular on the CIP.
On the capital, the CIP, but on the operating expenses, we budgeted to collect some amount of money. We collected that money. We spent $23 million less through 11 months of the year. Where does that $23 million go? Does that go into reserves? And if so, does that get reflected in a reduction or need to raise rates to cover those? Or
let me try to answer this question a little bit. So when we start to do the building of the rates, we're continuously looking at our forecast, right? Our budget monitoring reports that we do quarterly. So, without knowing the exact numbers, say that we're forecasting a $20 million positive variance at year end. That $20 million variance is going to be embedded into the rate alternatives that we put before you, and it really comes in the form of what is the draw from the rate stabilization fund. In the case of this year, with decreased sales, we had to draw from that fund at higher levels than we had anticipated, and that's quite frankly the reason why we're in the situation that we're in. So when we do the rate assumptions going forward, what we're asking you to vote on is a built-in assumption of, I think, what you're alluding to, of this $20-some million as it relates to a draw from the RSF.
Okay. Appreciate that, because I was trying to put these numbers together and it wasn't clear. On slide 6, when we talk about these impacts, and maybe this is for Mr. Montague, when I look at I'm curious as to what the relative impact is of overall market conditions as far as we've seen interest rates being much higher than they were in the last 20 years, but not what they were in the 80s. I remember my first student loans, they were quite high. The Fed rate versus a bond rating. If we get downgraded a little bit and our cost of buying goes up, 50 basis points or something, but then the Fed's drop rates by the similar amount, then we're net even. I'm just curious as to when we look at our overall cost of getting money, which is driving it more, the overall market conditions or debt rating, or I guess both. But right now the rates are high because of the last couple of years they've gone up tremendously.
Yeah, Director Kennedy, it's both. Quite obviously, when you go to market, what we've tried to identify here on that slide, where we show the cost of a downgrade, is the portion of that is identified with the change in the rating,
Right.
not just general market levels.
We do expect, at least what I see, Chairman Powell is indicating there's going to be some reductions in the federal rate here toward the end of this year and likely into next year, although it's an election year. Maybe he's just saying that.
Yeah.
But, so there is something to weigh that risk, like, hey, our cost of money is going to go up, but cost of money overall is going to go down. So, all right, can we go to slide 8?
If I can add, though, that the market conditions are not in our control, but the ratings are in our control.
Well, they're also in our ratepayers' pockets, too, so we'll have to think about that. Can we go to slide 8? Does this also apply to commercial paper that never extend maturity?
It's only long-term debt.
Okay. So the commercial paper we do turn over. Just want to clarify that for folks that we do extend maturity on commercial paper.
But we do also pay it off.
I get you. I think I want to echo some of the comments of my colleague to my right here with regard to the process here and what the work the staff has done. And then I've also had extensive conversations with the city staff. And, at this point, for me, I'm not sure either of them are right. And this process has been, at least I hope the city only makes one proposal this meeting, not 3 like last month. But it's very difficult. I think the Water Authority, as I told the Escondido City Council, we're dug ourselves a big hole. And, and when we're going to sit here and start choosing a choice to pull more out of reserves when our reserves are low, we're just digging deeper. And what I always learned, when you're in a hole and you want to get out, first thing to do is stop digging. So we're all here to listen to the rest of the discussion, but I'm not sure I'll be able to support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Medeffer.
I wasn't going to comment on the rate stuff, but now that there's a motion, I'll mention about that as well. But first, nothing to me is more important than maintaining our strong credit rating. Whether in our personal lives or especially as we sit here as board members representing a public agency. We've already heard how the sound fiscal practices of Lisa Marie and her team have resulted in millions in savings to our ratepayers, millions through the refunding that we've done. I would suggest that the rating agencies take note of how seriously this board has taken its responsibility in rate making. We've put in a lot of time. This normally doesn't happen. As we balance the impacts on ratepayers, as we heard our vice chair talk about, with, to me, the importance of maintaining our infrastructure and our credit rating. And I think we've already heard a strong credit rating gives us the best deal on refinancing existing debt or issuing new debt. Lisa Marie, you mentioned this upcoming in-depth review by Moody's, and I'm curious as to how open that process is going to be, whether for certain board members or other interested parties to learn from the process. I have observed over the last several months perhaps a lack of understanding by some on how a wholesale water agency operates or how its debt portfolio works. I'd like to hear you comment on whether or not this in-depth Moody's effort, which is welcome, I believe, is going to be open to folks that might otherwise have an opinion that could perhaps learn from it.
Well, Director Medaffer, I've never seen that request happen, but I'll leave that to the general manager.
Okay.
Well, I'm not quite sure. I mean, like Lisa Marie, I haven't participated in an in-depth analysis like this other than being part of debt issuances themselves. Certainly there's going to have to be a roadshow that we put together, go on. It will require a lot of staff time. I think some of that can be presented to this board in addition to the rating agencies so that the board sees the level of detail and the thoughtfulness that we put into the presentation. And really, it's the defense of our board actions and our finances. If we wanted to talk about taking it a step further and having sort of training, right, for lack of a better word, for this board on a credit analysis, I'm happy to talk with our FAs about putting something like that together.
Yeah, whether it's for the whole board or interested parties. I'll speak, with the City of San Diego, there's people at the city that have opined strongly on a particular direction. We've seen a motion. We've heard the opposite from our finance staff here. There's clearly a disconnect. I'd like to see that disconnect go away. I'd like to see a better understanding on both sides. When I hear that the City Council's independent budget analyst is involved in providing insight to the mayor's office or the staff of the city, I'm just curious as to how up to speed an IBA person is as to how the Water Authority operates. I'd like to just see that educational process made available. Okay. Again, I don't like seeing this disconnect. We all ought to be on the same page here. And that's been problematic for me, both on how we deal with our infrastructure, which to me is probably just as important as our credit rating. As to the motion, I don't know what slide that is, but, I still see 3 red X marks. And again, Kennedy and I seem to be agreeing lately on stuff. I'd like to see if there's a way, and I don't know if Dan or somebody can tell me there's a way to where option 2 can get tweaked, since that's the motion on the floor, to where we might see those X's go to green, and how that would help from hurting the credit rating of this agency.
I think where we start with what are the levers left for us to pull to get green check boxes without drawing from the RSF any further, squarely have to land on the CIP. And by the CIP, I mean the amended budget that this board just approved 2 months ago that's related to mostly, if not all, the bifurcation structures, the projects that we've been elevating to the top of our CIP list because of studies that we did in 2018 and even back to 2021 planning studies that identified seismic vulnerability and seismic risk to the Water Authority. So the discussion of the CIP and the build of the CIP, it's always had that in top of mind. It's gone through the financial planning work group. I think that there are members here who probably recall that in-depth analysis that staff did, floating that to the top. It came to the board to increase the CIP by $7 million to make sure that this project happens. So when we talk about what levers are left, the $7 million, that was a PAYGO-based action, right? This was not debt-related. and it resulted in about a 1% increase to the rates that are before you right now. So really, I think the question for this board is to get the green check marks, if you will, in what's before you. Is it your desire to bring the CIP budget back down to what it was prior to that board action 2 months ago in May? And so the number, Pierce or Lisa Marie, you're going to have to remind me. I think we went from maybe 187 up to, or 182 to 190, whatever the number is. Pierce, do you know?
183.9 to 190.
Okay, 183.9 to 190. So in doing that, what the essentially the ultimate lever that the board has here to pull is we're out on the streets with that project. We're getting bids. The potential to delay it would save $7 million in this rate setting process that we're part of right now. The analysis that staff went back and did as part of last month and leading into this month to get to the 14% identified a $9 million draw from the rate stabilization fund to make that happen. The $9 million created the red X's that you see. So what I'm getting at here is you have a $2 million gap. And so you can bring this, by delaying the bifurcation structure project, you can bring the rate to 14.4% and get all green check marks. I hate to keep using this, this analogy here, but you get your green check marks and you are in compliance with board policy and where we think that we would like to be, like some of the other rate alternatives. So you have a $2 million gap that you have to fund and come up with. I think what we may consider prudently looking at is the past 2 months worth of water sales. The past 2 months worth of water sales have trended above what we anticipated. And this is just a reflection of weather, right? So to get that $2 million, to get to a solid 14%, I would suggest that we delay the bifurcation structure by 1 year and time it accordingly with the 2026 debt issuance that's also embedded in this 14% alternative, and then adjust our water sales assumption by 2,500 acre feet. By adjusting the water sales assumption by 2,500 acre feet, we assume that we sell more water, and that's a less than 1% change to the overall sales assumption to get to the flat 1%.
So in other words,
it's 14%.
Delaying the CIP by a year, and is our CIP staff here, or you could speak to it? Is that anything that's going to? I just hate to. I mean, it makes sense. I'm very intrigued by hearing this, and it might get me to a support.
Nina, do you mind talking about the bifurcation structure and the seismic risk? But I just want to be clear. It's just that suite of projects.
Yes, it would just be delaying that project by 1 year. We would integrate that into the next 2-year budget build. So the bifurcation structures is directly related to seismic risk. So the risk is if we have a large earthquake, then those structures could potentially fail. So by delaying it by 1 year, we would integrate it and plan for the shutdowns required to do that project in the next 2-year budget cycle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We have Director Smith online with a question or comment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Katz. First, I wanted to make sure that David Edwards, is there anything I need to say? I'm participating due to AB 2449 due to illness?
No, I already made the announcement. You're good.
Okay, thanks. So again, thanks to staff for putting this information together. And I wanted to confirm the 3-year rate increases. So I reviewed the written documents and the PowerPoint, and I didn't see that. But I think it's important for the board to see the 2025. If you just put up the 3 options, and if you could just verbally tell us the 26 and 27 calendar year rate increases for these three options? Do you have that handy? I know that 14% was, what I have written down for 2026 is 16.4 and 27 is 5.7. Is that still true?
Director Smith, we have that information and staff is pulling it up now. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll ask some of my other comments here. Where we were looking at the overall reduction starting at 30% going down to 22%. Maybe it's not slide 3, sorry. What is the reduction for Carlsbad desal? It said reduction of flow, and for some reason I don't recall much discussion on that. Can we clarify what we're including in terms of reducing the flow from Carlsbad desal?
Yeah, so when we were taking a look at the Carlsbad desal flow, what we were looking to do is how could we maintain or rebalance our supply mix with our demands that were occurring, looking at our storage in San V, and a conversation happened internally in terms of reducing output from the desal plant in order to, based on those demands and what to do with the water. It was analyzed in terms of potential cost savings that we could lower the cost of water because we're no longer purchasing the volumetric component of the desal, and since we didn't have a need for that water in that moment during spring and that wet weather, that we could roll back that cash position. And so what it did, it was a significant savings in terms of forecasted cash flow, that we wouldn't be spending money to put water into storage, that we could just then reduce the expenses. And so that was largely that couple percent impact that you see between the 22% in March and the 16% that you saw in April and May. A majority of that was the desal optimization.
Okay, great.
And then Director Smith, I'm not sure if you can see what's on the screen now. This is
yes, I do.
What was requested in terms of the roadmap. And again, this is all a forecast. The rates and charges that we're looking to adopt here are just the CY25 rates and charges. But in terms of understanding how that sets us up for the future and what we have to look ahead as we have calendar year rates and fiscal year budgets and all of these different options that we're trying to consider, understanding that giving the board insight into what that might look like. Again, it's a forecast. Please don't set your budgets to this or your 218 notices to this. But what we wanted to do is say, right now, given the current inputs and the current forecast and the financial challenges that we have, at the end of the day, we want to be revenue neutral. We want to be cost recovered in calendar 27. And so to get there, here are 3 different options. They all end up basically being the same total dollar amount. So as Director Heidemann mentioned, it's pay me now or pay me later. This option is, if there's a lower increase in year 1, you're generally going to see a higher increase in year 2. If you see a higher increase in year 1, you're going to generally see a lower increase in year 2. And that's just the financial benefit in trying, 3 years was selected because the board's policy for the Rate Stabilization Fund is to rebuild that board policy within, rebuild that fund balance within 3 years. And so that's why this roadmap was developed. So you can see that under option 2, the 14% increase, that would require a higher estimated increase in calendar 26, and they're all about the same in calendar 27.
Great. Thanks for that. Just 2 more comments, Chair Katz, if I may. If you could go back to the overall 3 option slide near the end with the green checks. So the second to last comment, this may be a difficult one, is what is the appropriate level of bond rating for an agency like us? And I'm asking that because I don't have a feel for that as much. Are we already on the higher scale of bond rating for agencies like us, a large wholesaler? Or right now, are we in the middle of the scale of bond ratings for agencies like us? What is the appropriate level of bond rating for an agency like us?
Director, I think that's kind of a subjective question. I wish I could give you an answer to it. If you look at your peers in California, and it's also complicated a little bit by the fact that you have 3 different ratings. You have a AAA, and you have a high-level AA and a mid-level AA. I would just say that the right rating is the rating that the board decides it should be for the agency. That being said, I think you'll find your peers, large wholesale agencies, are going to tend to be in the AA arena. AAA, some of them have a single AAA from Standard & Poor's, and many of them don't. But I think that I would say AA would be where I would put my money.
Okay, so peers might be slightly lower. So then the last comment is reflecting back on what we choose to do. So this happened at Metropolitan when we were finally making our decision on the budget, and we were reflecting back on what we did. Did we make the right choice? One of the things that we use to evaluate that is how much flexibility did we have in potential savings not yet realized. And so I'll give an example is we lowered the water sales by 100,000 acre feet and then another 100,000 acre feet. And we felt that gave us a lot of flexibility where water sales were likely to be a little bit more than that. And so we were saying we're probably going to generate more revenue. And so that made us feel better about our decision, maybe making cuts in other areas. And so I'll point out here at the Water Authority, I've heard 3 things just today and before. One is we have flexibility in the CIP bifurcation. If we do it, then we're using it. If we don't do it, then that's flexibility for lower rate cuts in the future. Another one is water sales. We have new water sales projections that just came out in July that show that we may end up getting another $8 million. If we use it now and keep lowering rates, we don't get that flexibility in the future when revenues come in a little bit higher. And then lastly, the Colorado River deal. I know, General Manager Denham, you're working on another deal with Met, potentially a 3-year deal where we're not counting on that income. And again, that makes me feel better because that revenue could come in. So I just wanted to point that out, that there is some flexibility here when we make this decision, that we could have higher revenues than is planned in this budget for that effective rate. And I think that's why Vice Chair Serrano was saying up to 14%. So I'd like to listen to more comments, but I currently support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 7 people in the queue. Director Miller?
Thank you, Chair Katz. A couple of questions. A clarification on the 1.5% program. That is an individual agency program, correct? That is not figured in these rate structures. That would be added as people get on the list, right?
That's correct.
So a question for our bond expert. if we get downgraded, what is the length of time in your experience does it take to get upgraded down the road? Is this once you're down, are you down forever, or can you rebound?
Not forever, but the agencies are much quicker to downgrade than they are to upgrade. They generally want to see a sustained improvement in the areas where there were deficiencies before they'll consider an upgrade. So it's 2 to 3 to 4 years, maybe more, to get upgraded.
Okay, thank you. I kind of agree with Director Heidemann. I certainly sympathize with Vice Chair Serrano's talk about affordability and everything that goes along with it. I don't think there's anybody in this room that relishes the idea of rate increases. I think we all are fiscal hawks. And looking at the chart showing a 16% increase next year, it seems that we're going to be right back in this position again next year. We're going to be doing the same arguments. We're going to be having the same battles, the same concerns, the same cuts, the same old, same old, same old. I would rather bite the bullet this year, make sure that the integrity of the Water Authority is upheld, and come back next year with a 12 or 13% or even a 10 or 11% increase, and not fight this battle again. I think that going absolutely low budget is just setting us up for another battle next year. So I can't support 14. I certainly understand the city's position, but I think the fiscal integrity of this organization is more important, and I know it's a hard decision for all of us, but that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Hilliker?
Okay.
Okay. So this is a really hard decision, and I just want to really get things moving forward. I'd like to see the ball get moved forward. So I was wondering if the Vice Chair would accept an amendment to the motion, as Dan stated to delay the bifurcation structure for a year and increase the water sales by the projection by 250,000 acre feet.
So
2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
So
2,500.
So that would be an amendment.
I'd love to do the other, but.
So that would be an amendment to the motion. Is there a second to the amendment?
Well,
I'll second.
I missed two. I'm sorry.
I will
Great.
second.
Thank you, Director Lyons. Okay, and then would the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion agree to the amendment?
I would, and I would just ask that we add this to the list of things that we can advocate for federal funding for. But I'll accept the amendment.
And Director Castaneda? Yes? Okay. So we have now amended the original motion. Okay. And now continuing with speakers, Director Leahy.
It's great timing. Okay, well, thank you. I do have huge concerns about projecting higher water sales. I already was concerned that we were projecting in next year's budget 20,000 more acre feet than what we were current, maybe 30,000 acre feet more than what we've been selling. I get it's been a couple wet years, but we have historically projected more water sales than what we have done, and we're making the same decision to do that if we do move forward with projecting higher water sales. I just cannot support that. I again have concerns with the 3 X's, and I want to reiterate this for my colleagues in this room. That is 1 X. They all mean the same thing. They all feed into not meeting the AA+. Do not be afraid of the 3 X's. There's 1 red X. That's fine, it's still red. There's 1, but it's only 1. I had questions about delaying the $7 million for the bifurcation structure. I mean, that's already now part of the amended motion, but when we originally adopted that there was originally presented a 1% increase to the rates. However, and I still don't understand how, but the next meeting, the following month, that 1% went away. But now we're saying if we remove it and delay that project again, we can now decrease the rate 1%. So I'm confused how it was going to be added, it never was added, but now if we delay it, it goes away. Can someone answer that maybe?
Yeah, the simple explanation is that was not the only variable that changed. We had a lot of other inputs that changed, including a member agency that is pre-purchasing water this year, and so there were a lot of moving pieces. So there was 3,500 acre feet that got pre-purchased this year that moved out of calendar 25. So that financial impact, there was multiple impacts to the budget and just updating the financials at that time.
Okay, thank you. I do additionally have a concern with amending or delaying discussion and revisiting our long-range financial plan another year. There are policies that are ingrained in that document that a past board in 2021, so 3 years ago, approved, and we are having to make decisions based on things in that document. And this board has the ability to amend those policies to what is best for what we feel like as a board. And things like our rating, if we want to be rated as a AA, things like our rate stabilization fund reserve levels and policy for that, those are decisions that we have a choice to amend. And by delaying it another year, it's just kicking the can down the road, and then we're not going to be able to implement those changes for probably another year or two, because I imagine that's going to be a very long process. Additionally, at the beginning of this rate process, and I forget, I've never been part of the process because it never occurred while I've been on the board, but my understanding was there's been a past request from the city to do a budget adoption or audit or review that's I'm sorry, 5-year forecast.
We did do one last year.
But we didn't do it this year.
But
because we were going to go and do the long-range financial plan update. So
Correct.
now we're doing neither. And
No, we're not doing neither. We are doing a 5-year forecast. That is the requirement for the Moody's in-depth review. So we will be completing that 5-year forecast for the rating agencies as well as a document for this board.
Okay, so that changed from what was presented before we did the budget process?
No, I'm not understanding you. Basically, during the off-mid budget cycle, per the city requirement, we have been engaging in a 5-year forecast.
Okay.
And that was the plan to do it this year, but because, to your point, we wanted to engage in the long-range financing planning process. But now that we have this in-depth rating agency review, it's going to take capacity to get that done. And then in 4 months from now, we're going to be engaging in another 2-year rate cycle.
If I may, Lisa Marie, thank you. And understanding concerns of our member agencies and the importance of the 5-year forecast. The 5-year forecast that we develop is part of the Moody's, and to Director Medaffer's point, that will be shared with all the member agencies to assist them with their planning.
Lisa Marie, are we looking at September for that? Is that the time frame for the...
The Moody's will be in August, but then S&P and Fitch will be in September.
Okay, so that changed only because of the current review with Moody's and the other rating agencies,
The delay
correct?
of the long-range financing plan, yes.
Okay. If we're making decisions on the rates that are potentially impacting our rating, I think that we also need to be able to subsequently move into looking at what those policies are that are being impacted and not wait another year. That really concerns me, to wait another year, because we're going to see the same thing next year, that we haven't met reserve levels, that we haven't met some of these other policies. So allow us, these new board members, I mean, I think there's been 13 plus at least, and we lost one, that to take a look at that and see what best fits this board. In addition to that, I have concerns with, and I know it was discussed, that we do not extend our debt and that we don't take on debt with a higher interest, or if we don't refi it for a higher interest. And again, I think this is something that we need to discuss as a board. But our commercial paper program, we have continued to refund those commercial paper series for 10 plus years. And the last one, the Series 10 to Series 11, was a higher rate. And that is concerning to me. The Series 10 was originally a Series 8, was issued in 2014. All three of those issuances were at $110 million. When we went from Series 8, I will preface this, that it did decrease the interest rate. However, when we refunded for the Series 10 to Series 11, the interest rate went up. So those are things for me as a board member, personally, I am not comfortable with that, and that's something that I want to make sure all of my colleagues get an opportunity to look at and be able to maybe amend those policies if that's not something that we want to be involved in, that we have that option. The rating, Oceanside specifically chose to downgrade our rating from a AA plus to a AA so that we could lower the amount of reserves that we had to keep on hand. It was a choice. That's fine. But we also, and I'll caveat, we don't participate in the commercial paper program like the Water Authority does. If that is something that's going to be affected by this fluctuation in our decisions and the lowering of a rating, maybe that's not a program we want to be in as heavily. Maybe we want to set different guidelines for staff. But I think, again, by delaying the long-range financial plan, by delaying some of those policy decisions, it is, we're just going to be continuing to have this conversation. And then just to close, and I would ask that staff come back at maybe a future meeting, maybe in 2 months, to present what it would look like to do this rate process for a 2-year approval. And so that way we're just doing this once every 2 years. We've spent 4 months doing this at least. That's 25% of our meetings have been spent on rates. If we can cut that down to do 4 months every 2 years and have our rates align with our budgets, align with MET's rates, I think that we would be able to get more done. We wouldn't have to delay things like the long-range financial plan, and we'd be able to get other decisions made. So I would ask that perhaps staff come back in a couple months and present what that might look like as a process for next year, that we have a 2-year approval rather than just a 1 year every year we're doing this process.
Great.
Thanks.
Yeah, if I can just comment, I wrote that down in my notes as well because, a couple years ago we started doing everything at least 2 or 3 months earlier, and now that's why Lisa Marie and staff are burdened with, if this process ends today, in 4 months they can set their watches to starting it all over again. And I think that there's probably some inefficiencies with that. I think a 2-rate process could be fruitful for us. Along with that, we would have to take a broad look at things. I mean, some of the policies that Director Leahy, you mentioned, as well as how we structure things financially with how we use our rate stabilization fund, for instance. So we will come back and maybe do sort of a straw man presentation on what that could look like.
And Director Leahy, we want to clarify how we handle the commercial paper, because you can't just look the last 3 years. So Pierce, go ahead.
Yeah, so the commercial paper program has really been a huge boon for the Water Authority because it's the shortest end of the curve. And so as the rates went down, our commercial paper, that couple $100 million that's outstanding, was the lowest cost of capital for us, far lower than the debt that had been fixed out. Working with the financial advisors, we always look at our commercial paper program. This is part of what's also in the long-range financial plan. Back in the mid-2015 era, we restructured some of the commercial paper program. So if you take a look a little bit further out, you see that our commercial paper total has been reduced. Also, during the COVID crisis, we unwound our ECP program, which is part of the commercial paper program that was backed by the Water Authority. If those had been called, we had not been able to get out of that in terms of liquidity. As the markets froze up, we would have been on the hook. So we restructured that as well, and so that debt is now being paid off. So the commercial paper program is part of the overall structure in terms of our long-term debt, our short-term debt, and how we really manage the lowest cost of capital for the ratepayers.
But in short, it was in total $300 million in 2020, and now it's 245. So we did pay that difference when we restructured the debt. Now, when we go back to market, we'll look at also restructuring the commercial paper program along with the medium-term note. So these are not just single-year decisions, but if you only look at a CAFR in the last 3 years, you wouldn't have seen that we paid $55 million of the commercial paper in 2021.
Thank you. I didn't look at the ACFR. I did look at the staff reports that were issued to this board. So I did go back 10 years to when the Series 8 was issued in 2014. The Series 10 was the refunding of that in 2019, and then the Series 11 was
But you did see that it went down, right? From
No, the Series 8, 10, and 11 were all $110 million. And when we were refunding, all of the staff reports stated that the remaining balance and outstanding balance were the same value. So that's where my concern is that, and I'm going off the staff
No,
report.
I just want to be clear that it did go down. We did pay it
We're
down.
we're gonna move on.
Okay.
If I just can get a clarification, the famous chart with the X's and the check marks. With the general manager's recommendation and now a amendment that there be a delay in the bifurcation structure and also adjusting the water sales, does that change the X's on option 2?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, it meets the 150 days of cash, the RSF policy, and maintaining the credit rating.
So now option 2 with this amendment has all check marks.
Yes. Yes.
So if I may just clarify, in terms of just the messaging, option 2 is the additional use of $9 million of reserves. As the general manager and the motion that's now on the floor, the notes that are associated with this are, the only thing that's attributable to the motion on the floor is the 14%. So if we go to the next slide, the rates and charges that would be adopted would be option 2, and as amended, option 2 now gets 3 check marks.
Great. Thank you. Director Steiner.
Thank you. And of course, I echo the thanks of everybody for the work that's gone in here. But I'm having 2 slow moments here. So I need some clarification. One of a question that was asked by Director Miller, where he addressed the early repayment. So if I do the early repayment, my rate is, let's say the rate's 14%, okay? My rate is still 14%, but for on paper, but for my ratepayers, my rate is now 13%. I'm using it as a 1% adjustment for doing the early repayment, or 1.5%. So I'm trying to understand how that works.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the rates and charges that would be adopted would be the charges that are on the screen. If you opt into the program, the fixed charges, those would be reduced. Your share, the agency's share, would be reduced by roughly 4%. And so that would be about a 1.5% impact to the typical agency. So City of San Diego is right there that they would receive a 1.5% reduction in terms of, at the end of the year, what they've paid to the Water Authority in terms of anticipated bill.
Okay, now I want to understand the amendment that was asked for. So option 2 requires a $9 million drawdown, but the return of the pipe to us is $7 million. Is that right? Is my memory right? There's a lot of stuff up here, remember? $7 million. So that takes away one of those. That's how we get rid of one of those check marks?
No. So it's the totality of the 2 actions in the motion that get the green check marks.
And then, but it doesn't change what number we have up there. It just removes that, requires the $9 million, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then on the sales projection, something I've said here before and I strongly believe is that, we have infrastructure, we have, all of the water agencies have infrastructure that was built for water sales that we're never, ever going to see again. And so I always have concern about the thought process of upping our water sales when I just actually can't find a good reason to think that that's going to happen other than we have a really, really hot summer and everybody decides that they can afford our water now and they're going to turn on their water spigots as much as they can. So I obviously don't have the concern about the delay of the pipe as much. I have concern about it, but not as much as I do about the increasing the pipe thing. And then to one thing that Director Leahy was talking about and the things that we'd be considering as part of the long-range plan, at the last meeting I did raise an issue concerning the change in what we consider our debt level to be at 1.5% and what a slight change in that might mean to our whole rate concept. And I still think that it's important that we do look at that and we do figure out it's higher than it needs to be, whether we can adjust that and it's not going to affect everything else and be a house of cards failure if we do, and I do believe it wouldn't be. So the final comment is that I appreciate the addition of to the proposal of the review or report at a quarter, every quarter, so that we can look and see how we're doing, what other tweaks we may have to make. And I think that's very important so that we don't end up with a 4-month time period all the time, maybe 3 months. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Just would like our general manager to talk about water assumptions.
Yeah, I think thank you, Chair Katz. Within the structure of the motion, this idea of coming back quarterly, it allows us to accomplish a couple things. First off, on the water sales assumption, I do want to acknowledge that Director Steiner, Director Leahy, and even, in fact, Director Kennedy, we've had this conversation for a number of years, and I think that philosophically we have moved in the right direction to keep our water sales assumptions relatively flat. I just want to provide some color as to, again, why I chose this 2,500 acre foot assumption change, and it does have to do with the past 2 months worth of exceeding our sales projections, and that's not a trend by any stretch, but it does provide me with a little bit of comfort. That being said, I think that if we miss the mark on the 2,500 acre foot sales assumption, as part of that quarterly reporting that we'll do, what I would commit to is if we miss that mark, look for other non-rate areas in the Water Authority's budget to take a look at and find what would amount to a $2 million shortfall in some other form, whether it's the operating budget, whether it's future transactions that I think we're all working on. That's where I would go, and that's what I would commit to in this quarterly process that we seem to be heading towards.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. And I've said this before, I think many people in this room agree. We appreciate the honesty that's come forward in this rate setting process, something that not just the three of us, but many of us in this room have been looking for some time. We appreciate the extraordinary job the general manager and the staff have done here. And recognize that, and that this is the start of a change in how the Water Authority is doing business. We have a long way to go, but it is at least a start, and we certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Steiner. Director Myers, online.
Good God. Thank you. Actually, I did lower my hand because I think most of the questions that I had were asked. But since I'm on, I still do have some question about the in-depth credit review. And just if there's any, and I know it's a unique animal, and there's, I think, a certain, from what I'm gathering is there's a certain amount of uncertainty as to exactly how that's going to transpire. But did the letter provide any kind of roadmap or framing of what the discussion topics are going to be and who the anticipated participants should be? You know, I agree with Vice Chair Serrano that I think we're all up to the task, and you know, I've been kind of beating the drum that we just got to move forward and get to these things that are the most important to the stability that we want long term, and the you know, and how much sense it makes for you know, the governance of our board to be part of that meeting, and if there's any more structure you can provide as to how that meeting is going to happen, and what we as a board can do to help facilitate it.
So the in-depth request was not a letter, it was actually a phone call. So the rating agencies contacted our financial advisor, and that financial advisor was formerly a rating agency analyst. So she took it very seriously because she knows this is rare, and that's why we have to prepare a full-blown financial analysis as well as a financial 5-year forecast. And we don't know what the outcome of their review will be, but we do know that in order for them to take any action, they want to have this review, so then they can take it to their credit committee so that they will evaluate whether or not a action is warranted. So again, I've never been a part of this type of process, so there's definitely a black box a part of this, but we're going to do our best to share with the rating agencies that we're in full position to have a recovery from this period of time that we're facing. And so it's definitely going to be an in-depth work appeal for the staff, but we hope to share the best story possible so that we can maintain our ratings.
Great.
So it's clear to me, so this is not necessarily going to be a part of it's not going to be a meeting, it's more going to be a paper review and a submission by us to the credit agency?
Oh, no, it'll be an in-person meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Director Arant, did you have?
Yeah, I had a couple comments. Little history. In a former life, I had the privilege of being appointed to the Regional Water Quality Control Board by Governors Deukmejian and Governor Wilson. During my term on the regional board, we had frequent opportunities to hear from our friends from the city of San Diego as to why they spilled another 3 or 4 million gallons of raw sewage down into Rose Canyon, which wound up in the bay, and so forth and so on. So finally, we got Mylan Mills, that's an old name, you can check it out historically, to come before the regional board and explain what the hell's going on. Why don't you fix the problem? Mylan pointed out that he had been to his council 26 times seeking rate increases to make the necessary repairs to the wastewater system to prevent these spills. Pump Station 64, that ring a bell in anybody's memory? Another event when I was on the regional board was I was in a room with the Justice Department and EPA. And they had come in to tell us that we had two choices. We could join with them in the litigation against the city of San Diego for failing to meet their clean water obligations, or we could be litigated against by EPA and Justice Department. Well, we chose to join with the federal government. I'm quite concerned, but what I observed today was not a thoughtful rate process. I'm chair of A&F committee. I'm also on the financial strategy work group. We went through hours and hours of detailed information about rates, about the capital program, making decisions about what was a priority project. And what I've seen today is a shambolic process where, well, what if we raised the sales by 2,500 acre feet? Well, what if we took $28 million out of rate stabilization fund instead of 9? How about a little bit more? And so at the end of the day, what now we're saying is we're going to take the bifurcation project off the capital program for a year. How many people understand what the bifurcation project is? That's what I thought. Very few. The first aqueduct goes through North County through 3 tunnels. On either side of each tunnel is a bifurcation facility because the pipeline itself is 2 pipelines. When it goes into the tunnel, it goes into 1 pipeline. And when it comes out on the other side, it splits and goes back into the 2 pipelines. So you have 6, 8 opportunities for failure and a failure of that pipeline. Now I'm hearing that we're going to delay that project for 1 year, but also we have to seek outside funding to fix it. We may get rid of 3 little X's today, but I'm going to tell you, there's a big red X now. And the big red X is we're failing to do our mission. We're failing to do our mission, and that is to protect our infrastructure and guarantee a safe and reliable delivery of water supply here in San Diego County. Now, is anything bad going to happen in next year? I don't know. How much pre-warning did we get about the failure of the valve on Pipeline 5 recently? Oh, I don't think we got any warning. Anyway, that's my bit. And I think this also goes back to the intrinsic governance process issue we have here at the Water Authority. Thank you.
Director Hurst.
Thank you. I'd like to reiterate a couple of things that we've heard here this morning. First of all, the root problem here, I think we all recognize, is what Nick referred to as an imbalance between supply and demand. I don't think anybody argues with that. Second point I'd like to reiterate is that whatever rate we adopt today is in fact a ceiling, if you would, that we have an ongoing opportunity to reduce that rate as we bring other revenue opportunities to light or are able to realize other revenue opportunities. Among those, and probably the most significant opportunity we've touched on, and that is the sale of water rights. But the timing, the amount, etc., is uncertain, and so you can't really build it into a plan. Doing so would be counting your chickens before they hatch. Excuse me, Frank. And that's not a wise strategy, not a wise business judgment. I don't think that I agree with Gary, with Director Arant also, that delaying some of the CIP projects, specifically the bifurcation project, is also a bad business judgment. We've talked at length about that, the risks that are inherent in delaying that project. I believe that delaying that project is failing to plan, which is in fact planning to fail. The question is when we're going to fail, not whether. So I can't support this. I think that we should follow a strategy of enacting option 3, knowing that we have the alternative of reducing that over at any point in time when other revenue opportunities become more of a certainty. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMillan.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, great comments. I had a few points I wanted to make. One, I mean, historically, and we say we have to make a change. Certainly, I agree with the comments that were made about the desal plant. I always have. I was on the board when we were offered desal at the Met rate, and we voted no. So, you know, that would have solved a lot of problems today if we hadn't have, but that's what we did. It wouldn't have gone through anyhow. Others that accepted that deal found out that it wasn't feasible for the seller. Also, local projects. In my discussions with the city last week, I did mention one thing. I think long-term, it would be nice if we could get less roll-off. I mean, this concept that recycled water reuse or something is cheaper than transfer water is it's not true when you look at the financing. I don't know why people say that, but not only do we have a loss of sale, and we also have a subsidy that we have to pay for those things. So they're more expensive than they even look at. And that loss of sales and roll off, you know where that comes from. Helix has a technicality thing, but we can overcome it. That is a 15% component pass-through. We sort of like any rate above 15%, we're going to absorb on the other side, but we can handle that if we had to. But I really like the amended return. I had spoken for the last couple of weeks, and I've spoken to Dan about it. I felt that the last time we had this discussion, all the risk was put on finance, and that was a guarantee going to hurt you. I have pushed for some of that risk to be put over on the CPI, and that was the amendment today by Director Hilliker, which we appreciate. And that is not 100% sure. It's a very big if any of these problems are going to happen in the next year. So with those things, I certainly can support the amended proposal. It works. Again, it's been answered. This is definitely related to future rates. Those rates are seem to be at 39% over 3 years, no matter what we do. That hurts, but hopefully the general manager seems to be on some innovative ideas and pushing to help reduce some of our fixed costs in the future. And on the three options, your chart, I understand the 93 million per year. Did you mean 93 million over 10 years or what? I mean, I heard the figure 93, now it's 93 million per year.
So in terms of what's on the screen here,
yeah,
it's
on
90,
the fifth column.
the CIP?
Yes.
So that would be an annual spend of $93 million. And so that was kind of just in terms of the low risk, moderate risk, high risk. We looked at it as an annual spend over that period of time.
On CIP?
On CIP.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Director Queer.
I'll be very brief. I've enjoyed the conversation, and I think it's been a good conversation. I also understand that our new leadership and where we're going is changing, and I definitely appreciate the directions that we're going. I also appreciate that we need to make decisions on this, and we need to move it forward. And I just wanted to say a few things, and very quickly, I am concerned with the water sales projections going up. I feel like we're at the last minute, and we're doing the same thing we did last year, which concerns me. I think that the delay of projects it's something that we've been talking about for a long time, and the answer we've been getting is it's too big of a risk, and it delays the project costs, and the project costs will be more expensive in the future. So I am concerned about not just what this year looks like, but what do the next few years look like. I also I want to be really clear about the motion. Dan, I thought what I heard you say is that we could do these things and it would be a 14.4% increase, and now I'm hearing we're back to 14%, so I want to be clear on that. And then the other thing just is a thing that just always gets in my mind. I felt like we voted for a 4% increase to pay for the Met things, and then it comes out as a 7.7% effective rate in all of the documentation. So I'm wondering, what are we really voting for here?
Okay, I'll start and then I'll let Pierce handle the 4% and how that relates to MET and detachment. Delaying the bifurcation structure alone. So there's two parts to the motion. There's the bifurcation and the sales assumption adjustment. Just delaying the bifurcation structure and not touching the sales assumption gets you to a 14.4% rate increase with green check marks, for lack of a better word. Okay. If you adjust the sales assumption, that produces roughly $2 million in water sales revenue. That gets you to a flat 14%.
And then in terms of the 4% metropolitan, Dave, if you could go to the next slide. The reason why there was an increase of 7.7%, because if you take a look at the fixed charges, the customer service, the storage charge, and the supplier liability, those were maintained in the June action. But now that we have 22 member agencies rather than 24 member agencies, the redistribution of those $120 million worth of costs were redispersed amongst the remaining agencies. And so the effective increase to the member agencies was 7.7%. So even though the rate itself that was adopted did not change, that $28.6 million for customer service, since Rainbow and Fallbrook are no longer paying their 4% share as they've now detached as of calendar 25, that 4% impact goes to each of you. And so each of those individual impacts were reflected in that overall 7.7%.
And of the 14% that we're talking about right now, 7.7 has already been done, so we're basically talking about 6.3.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, we have two more speakers. Director Vespi.
Thank you, Chair Katz. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate all the discussion. Appreciate all the time from finance staff. I have a pretty large list of questions and comments. I'm going to cut to the very last one, and just to speed this up. But my question is related to information that we saw at the June board meeting to information we see now in July, and that is related to the net loss in sales. In the June board meeting, I think it was through May's actual water sales, the net loss was $49.7 million. In the board packet materials now, it says that position improved to $41 million. I think that's consistent with the general manager's comments about logic behind increasing the sales forecast. I'd like to understand, as I read it, that's an $8.7 million improvement in bottom line position. Why does that improvement in position not mitigate the need to pull $9 million from rate stabilization fund?
Yeah, excellent question. And so the challenge there is, what was the assumption for our ending fund balances in 25? So we were anticipating an improvement in that net loss as we have we bottom out in terms of the financial performance. When we were buying desal, we were storing a lot of water, we weren't selling it. With the revised forecast that we're now anticipating, we are now meeting that revised forecast. And so with that revised forecast, the cash position that we were expecting in FY, at the end of June, and we'll have to wait 2 months to kind of have it all filter through, it was that growth or that reduction in loss was anticipated. And so that was already built into the numbers that we were providing. So we weren't anticipating to end the fiscal year at a negative $50 million loss. We were anticipating to end more or less in a $41 million loss. And so that's kind of where that increase in sales, that increased performance that we've reflected in June is already built into the cash flows. And it's already built in. We didn't get worse. We kind of just did as expected.
Okay, so at the risk of sounding critical, that's pretty confusing.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
No,
I don't understand, I just don't follow why present the information in that manner, where pretty quickly in a review of just information from 1 month to the next, you show an improvement of $9 million in your bottom line position, but then where was the $41 million kind of loss? Where was that in the materials last month that myself, my staff, that we did not see, that we're missing this connection? That's concerning to me. And you don't need to necessarily respond to that. We can maybe talk about that later or offline.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I totally appreciate it, and I do get it that it's confusing. I just think in terms of what we were trying to show and demonstrate with the information that was provided is water sales really impact what was originally forecasted. And that at the end of the day, by the end of the fiscal year, we were in a much worse position. We were in a negative position in the red, where we had anticipated to be in the black. And that was what the real focus of that presentation was supposed to be, in the presenting of those numbers, not necessarily the month-to-month fluctuations, because month-to-month fluctuations, we do have significant volatility in our water. And the biggest part, and that really reflects kind of the volatility that we're in, is are we able to pull water out of Sand V? And so that is water that we've already purchased. And so from a cash basis, we've already spent the money. So when we are able to sell that water, we are very quickly able to see the reflection. And that's part of what's already built in terms of the use of the storage. A lot of those assumptions are already built into the rates and the cash flows. But it's just different point in times, and we're happy to work with the board and the city to just make sure that messaging is more cohesive.
Okay, so that's not the response I was hoping to hear, obviously. I was hoping that there was an improvement in position from month to month, that would mitigate the need to pull from reserves. I also appreciate the proposal from the general manager around delaying $7 million worth of capital CIP. I was hoping that at least that appeared improvement of $9 million would have mitigated the additional $2 million of increasing forecasted sales. From the board, I hear a lot of concern around increasing the forecasted sales based on our history of actual sales. As a result of that, I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion to, instead of increase the sales forecast, make up that $2 million through a reduction in the operating budget. As I review actuals to date, where we are mid-year, looks like we have underspent. I think there's probably room there without impacting services, but I would like to recommend or propose an amendment to the motion to reduce the operating budget by $2 million and leave it to the general manager's discretion on how to implement that reduction. I think I'll leave it there.
Is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
No, a motion to amend an amendment is not further amendable. So we have a motion and an amendment that needs to be voted on. Unless we can go back and have the amendment withdrawn and restated.
Meaning that I would have to rescind it?
Frank made an amendment, and I think there's a suggestion to modify the amendment. If Frank withdraws his amendment and the second withdraws the second, then we can do a new motion to amend that incorporates this new component.
Would it be possible to have discussion before we take that action?
And if I can jump in, I have appreciated the conversation and the concerns around the projections, and I do believe it is my preference that if there is an option on the table that we could see a $2 million reduction in operational expenditures, I would prefer that versus messing with projections. So if that is something that is amenable, I'd rather invert and lead with the operational reductions, which I believe is possible in our $1.7 billion budget to find that money. I'd rather see that than us mess with projections.
So the original amendment was done by Secretary Hilliker and Director Lyons, and would they be okay with changing that amendment from the surplus water sales to operations?
I see Frank nodding his head. From my perspective, I asked if we could have some discussion because as far as what might be included in an operation plan that might get reduced, I'm not clear on what that would be. But since you're asking, Chair, I would say it would be my priority to look at that operation plan and get more information on that so I could agree then with Frank. I just don't understand what that might mean would be reduced at this point.
General Manager?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what the reduction would mean either. To be honest with you, there's $80 million that we identified as part of savings that's embedded in this rate process right now. Without direction from the board, I cut the operating budget by 5%, and that, again, is embedded in this rate process. I will tell you that if we do go this route, and I certainly understand and empathize with changing the sales assumption, that's something that we wanted to move away from. Again, I gave you my reasoning as to why to do it. Finding $2 million in the operating budget that's already lean, and I know that you all don't live through this on a day-to-day basis like we do, but it is pretty lean, and so those cuts will be lean. It will lean out the agency in a way that I believe is harmful.
Okay. So Director Vespi has introduced an amendment that would take the place of the original amendment. Was there a second to that amendment? Director Scalzetti? Okay. And so we've now, based on what we've now talked about, Frank, are you still willing to adjust your amendment? Reluctantly. Director Lyons?
I'll support the amendment as Frank has characterized it.
You'll support removing it?
We are withdrawing the amendment. There's agreement between Director Hilliker and Director Lyons to withdraw the amendment. So now we've got the main motion that is subject to amendment if there was a motion to amend from the floor.
Yes.
And the motion was essentially to substitute cuts for the water.
The motion on the floor is to adopt option 2 with a report back to board on a quarterly basis, delay in bifurcation structure by 1 year, and a $2 million reduction to the operating budget.
Okay. So
I would just add at the general manager.
General manager's discretion.
Okay, so that's where we are right now. And two more speakers. Director Acosta?
Great, thank you. Obviously, this has been a very challenging process and conversation with trying to balance ratepayer needs and the affordability to the actual customers, the ratepayers, with our costs. So we're all working so hard, and we have different perspectives, and I'm so thankful to staff for your willingness to share information with us, to educate us, to caution us about risks, and to the general manager for his leadership as well. I know these conversations are very difficult. Some of the things that I really wanted to point out that I loved about this were the quarterly ANF updates and the roadshow that Dan mentioned to explain the board's actions and the change to a 2-year cycle. I love that idea. Thank you, Lindsay. We've talked about it before. I think it's necessary. But overall, I kind of wanted to respond to, there was like a flippant comment maybe made about finance staff kind of taking their foot off the gas and then coming back in 4 months to start again. I really think we need to keep the spotlight on this, on the finance staff, and on this process, because we need to help fix the problem. The long-term sustainability of our organization needs actual attention and work from this board and staff working together. So I just wanted to add in those comments, and with that, I am supportive of the motion as amended. Thanks.
Thank you. And Director Hogan.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate all the hard work by the board. It's a 7-month process, but I'm comfortable with giving direction to $2 million reduction. Keep in mind, 11% of the cost of this raise is outside of the Water Authority's control directly. And Dan's already taken 5% reduction in operating costs. So the internal costs we're talking about are 3 to 3.5% when you get to that 14%. So I'm much more comfortable with the Dan's original proposal with the 2,500 acre-feet increase in the bifurcation rather than the operating. We can go back to operating if we need to, but I have a problem with that motion. Thank you.
Okay, and our last speaker, Director Arant.
Yes, I'm amazed. If we keep going, maybe we can just do away with the entire rate increase. We've decided to pull $2 million out of the O&M budget without understanding what the ramifications could be to the readiness and responsiveness of the organization to maintaining, operating, and repairing the aqueduct system. You've delayed a project that on Pipeline 1 that supplies well over 300,000 people in North County. So let's just keep going. Maybe money will fall out of the sky and we can do away with the entire rate increase. Thank you. One more thing. Starting to appreciate Mylan Mills a lot more.
Two more speakers. Director Macedo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a board member, we're able to go off the information that's given to us, and based on the general manager's comments, I prefer the first motion as well. Thank you.
Director Yamani.
Mr. Chairman, can we call the question?
Yes. Okay, and that is the end of the comments. If we wanted, is there a second for the motion to call the question? There's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I never thought I would appreciate Director Arant up here so much.
We want a roll call, and I want to see the percentages. Thank you.
Okay, we have a, if you can call the roll call on call, this is strictly on calling the motion.
This is a motion to call the question for the vote. We can, and then the motion can be withdrawn, and we can move to the vote.
Okay, so we're voting on a motion to call the motion.
Director Acosta?
Yes.
Quirem? Chair Katz?
Yes.
Director Kennedy?
Yes.
McMillan? Scolzetti?
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker? Director Yamani?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith? Director Smith?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Swanson?
Yes.
Heidemann?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Buckowitz? Fong Sakai?
Aye.
Macedo?
Yes.
Medaffer? Vice Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Director Steiner?
Yes.
Vespi?
Yes.
Lyons?
Yes.
Hogan?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Ellitharp?
Yes.
Arant? Miller? Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes. Chair Katz.
Okay, and we have a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Serrano and seconded by Director Castaneda and amended by Director Vespi and Director Scalzetti. And if you could read the motion.
The motion on the floor is to adopt option 2 with a report back to the board on a quarterly basis, a delay in the bifurcation structure by 1 year, and a $2 million reduction to the operating budget at the general manager's discretion.
And if you could take a roll, please.
Director Acosta.
Yes.
Quirem.
Yes.
Chair Katz.
Yes.
Director Kennedy.
No.
McMillan. Scalzetti.
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker. Director Yamani. Yes. Leahy. Myers.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Swanson. Heidemann.
No.
Hurst.
Nay.
Buckowitz. Fong Sakai. Macedo.
Yes.
Medaffer.
No.
Vice Chair Serrano.
Yes.
Director Steiner.
No, not to this changed motion.
Vespi.
Yes.
Lyons.
Yes.
Hogan.
No.
Castaneda.
Yes.
Ellitharp.
No.
Arant. Miller.
No.
Ray.
Yes.
One moment. The motion passes at 66.391%.
Okay. I thank everyone for that. We will, how about if we take a 5-minute break and then we will finish with the two other motions that we have. 5 minutes. Okay. We have one more motion for this morning's session, and that is adopting the fiscal years 2024-2025 midterm budget and the staff recommendations, and I'll turn it over to our general manager.
It's working, yes. So what we're going to do, we're going to skip the presentation on the midterm budget and go straight to the action or the recommendation, which will reflect the prior board vote on rates. So it will be a reduction to the CIP appropriation as well as a reduction to the appropriation for the operating budget. Leanna, take it over.
Good morning. Next slide, please. So today's action on the budget would be to adopt resolution number 2024, amending the budget for fiscal years 24 and 25. This is, it's based on the recommended board action from previously from the rates and charges, but it would reduce the budget, the total two-year budget, by $9 million to a total of $1,853,823,366. We need to amend. No, just go. It's not there. Yeah.
All right.
Go. Do you have the other backup on? No, go to that other backup. No, that other one. Did you have the other one?
Leanna, are you working on putting...
We're putting up a corrected slide.
Great, thank you.
There we go. Yes. My apologies. 2024, amending the budget for fiscal years 24 and 25, reducing the two-year appropriation to the $1,853,823,366. This incorporates the changes made with the rates and charges adoption.
Okay. Director Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendation with one amendment, which is to eliminate all expenditures to contracts related to the Brownstein firm effective December 31st, 2024.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and...
Director Kennedy, can you please repeat that motion for the clerk?
Director Kennedy?
Excuse me?
If you could repeat it for the clerk one more time.
Yes, in light of the need for us to save some money and some challenges we have with that firm, I recommend that we adopt a budget, but we line item out expenditures to the Brownstein contract after December 31st, 2024 to allow a transition period for the MWD program and other services.
Okay, and that was made by Director Kennedy and seconded by Director Arant. Director Von Sakai?
I understand where you may be coming from in making this motion. However, as a delegate for the San Diego County Water Authority at Metropolitan Water District, it is imperative that we have good counsel and good staff to advise us at Metropolitan Water District. Our counsel from Brownstein has decades of experience, insight, and strategy that most of us in the room have no idea of. Chris Fromm is a past board member and also former chairman of this body. She has specific knowledge and insight, and to cancel their contract would impair our ability to be effective at Metropolitan Water District. I strongly implore you to do not pass this motion to cut our contract with Brownstein. It would hurt us immeasurably and make us less effective.
Thanks. Director Buckowitz.
Oh, I have a lot of confidence. No offense to Director Kennedy, but I have a lot of confidence in our general manager. He said he will look at the budget and find the $2 million. I really don't think I want to sit here today and have board members cherry pick things in the budget that they don't like. We don't have to run the operation. Our general manager does. And therefore, I have the confidence in Dan to make the decision on where to save us the money.
Director Leahy?
Thank you. And I have not had the opportunity to work directly with Brownstein. However, I would ask either staff, well, I'll start with staff. Is there any other agency that is a member of Metropolitan that also has a full department as well as outside consultant that advises them for issues at Metropolitan? Are we aware of any other agency that has that?
I don't know the answer to that question, Director Leahy, and I don't see Amy Chen in the room, so I can't answer that right now.
Amy, she's over here.
Oh, hi, Amy.
There are agencies who have staff, dedicated staff, to monitor Metropolitan. So Water Authority is one that has a dedicated program, but agencies like Municipal Water District of Orange County, they have dedicated staff to support their directors as well as LADWP. They may not have a specific program specifically focusing on that, but there are many agencies that have staff support.
Thank you. So to continue with my comment, I have full faith that our staff have been doing this and dealing with Metropolitan long enough that they can provide those expertise and that history. There's no, at least I'm not aware of any member agency in this room that has a dedicated staff member other than the general manager that advises anyone on this board. And I believe that includes the city of San Diego. Again, I'm not privy to your day-to-day operations, but I'm not aware of any dedicated staff that all they do is monitor the operations of this board and of this agency. So I would support that. And again, I want to more focus on establishing the expertise within this agency so we are more reliant on ourselves and not reliant on outside consultants. Thank you.
General Manager?
Yeah, if I can, I just want to make sure that everyone has a full understanding of the Brownstein contract, what the components are as you deliberate over this matter. So I would characterize it as three buckets. There's three buckets that are associated with the contract. Number one is the Colorado River matters. That's support for the Colorado River program, basin states negotiations, et cetera, et cetera. The firm has been on that matter since the negotiating of the QSA in 2003. The two other buckets for the Brownstein contract relate to existing litigation. This is the rate case with MWD and support for the Met delegates. So those are the three buckets. I just wanted to point out that's what we're talking about. It's not just the delegate support, it's existing rate litigation, delegate support, and the Colorado River.
Director Medaffer?
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Fong Sakai and Buckowitz. I'm not going to tell the general manager and cherry pick this budget. I think it's ridiculous. I'm going to be a no vote. You remove that, Mr. Kennedy, I'll consider the amendments, even though I disagree with where we were on the rates. But no, I don't think this board should get into cherry picking issues such as this. Leave it to the general manager. That's why we hired him.
Director Steiner?
The motion that I heard was that the $2 million would be done at the general manager's discretion. And so I think that means we leave it to the general manager's discretion. I'm not prepared at this moment to vote on this without a full analysis of what it means to the organization and the three different parts of it. I understand the reason for it. I just simply would not be prepared to do this now. And I also think it's not what our motion was.
Okay. Director Quirm?
I was just curious as to what the line item budget is that we're talking about here, the amount.
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. I can certainly find that out here in 5-10 minutes. But the general contract value of all three buckets is about $3 million.
Over
3.2. I was close. 3.2. For 2 years.
Okay.
Okay. Director Acosta? I am sorry.
No problem. Thank you. I also agree that we shouldn't be micromanaging the general manager. But I do think that having the same firm always representing us without looking at other options and looking at how to change that is something that the board is concerned about, and I hope that the general manager takes that into consideration. And I want to express that no one is irreplaceable, and if that's not what we need anymore, then we need to change. And I do see that as an area for cost savings, so hopefully the general manager is taking this into consideration, but I'm not supportive of the amendment. Thanks.
And the last speaker on the queue is Director Arant.
Yeah, so I'm confused. It's okay to micromanage the capital program, but not the budget. So I was interested, I'm sure Dan will come up with the $2 million. Not today, but at some point I'd like to know what specific programs, staff efforts, pipeline inspections, things like that will be removed from the budget to fit within that $2 million. Thank you.
Director Quirm, are you back on the queue? I don't know if your mic's on.
Sorry. I just want to say one more thing, that I think that it is important that we look at that contract, because I know when I did look at it, it was very broad. And I think all of our contracts, like I've mentioned before, need to be more specific about exactly what's expected. And so I also think that Dan can use his ability as a general manager, but I also think that this is something that should be looked at in a contract that should be looked at.
Okay. Director Hurst, last comment.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask...
can you...
I'm sorry. I'd just like to ask if Director Kennedy would accept a friendly amendment to drop the Brownstein part of the motion.
I think we should vote on it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Director Kennedy and a second by Director Arant. Kelly, if you'll call the roll.
Director Acosta?
No.
Quirm?
Hard decision, but no.
Chair Katz?
No.
Director Kennedy?
Yes.
McMillan? Yes. Scalzetti?
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker? Director Yamani? Leahy? Myers?
No.
Smith?
No.
Swanson? I'm sorry, was that? Thank you. Heidemann?
No.
Hurst?
Nay.
Buckowitz?
No.
Fong Sakai?
No.
Macedo?
No.
Madaffer?
No way.
Vice Chair Serrano?
No.
Director Steiner?
No.
Vespi?
No.
Lyons?
No.
Hogan?
No.
Castaneda?
No.
Elitharp?
No.
Arant? Miller?
No.
Ray?
No.
1 minute. So the no vote won at 71.207%. Motion fails.
Okay, there on the screen is a suggested recommendation by staff. I'll entertain a motion to accept. Director Hurst, is there a second? Director Miller, we have a motion by Director Hurst and a second by Director Miller.
Director Acosta?
Yes.
Quirem?
Yes.
Chair Katz?
Yes.
Director Kennedy?
Yes.
McMillan? Yes. Scalzetti?
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker? Yes. Director Yamani?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Swanson?
Abstain.
Heidemann?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Buckowitz? Fong Sakai? Macedo? Madaffer?
No.
Vice Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Steiner? Vespi?
Yes.
Lyons?
Yes.
Hogan?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Elitharp?
Yes.
Arant? Miller? Ray? Abstain. Thank you. 1 minute. Motion passes at 86.285%.
Okay, thank you. Before I adjourn the board meeting for committee meetings, just to give you some logistics, we're going to do A and F right now, and we will start immediately. We will then have lunch, and when we come back from lunch, we'll have water planning and environmental. We will not have imported water today. We will not have engineering today. And then our last meeting will be LPO. We will have. So we are doing away with 2 committees today. We're doing away with imported water today and engineering and operations today. A&F is now. After lunch is water planning, and then LPO, and then we will reconvene the board meeting right around 2 o'clock. The morning session of the board meeting is now adjourned. A&F.
It is the morning, and welcome to the A&F Finance Committee meeting of July 25th, 2024. As we discuss the items on our agenda today, I will be calling on directors who push their speaker button. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state your points when you've had a chance to speak so that we can move through our agenda. Nicole, can you please call the roll?
Chair Arant?
Here.
Vice Chair Abdullahi? Vice Chair Hogan?
Present.
Directors Acosta? Bays? Hilliker?
Here.
Hurst?
Present.
Katz?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
Ray? Simpson? Vespi?
Here.
Wiley? Yamani?
Here.
Chair Arant, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you. I don't see any additions to the agenda. Public comment. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any item listed on the ANF committee agenda? Nicole?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Yes. Chair's report. Briefly, I'm seriously questioning the purpose of the ANF committee and also the financial strategy work group. So maybe as new chair comes in this coming year, we want to think about those two structures and what relevance they have to the Water Authority. Director's comments. Are there any director's comments? Okay. Okay, we have a consent calendar. We have Treasurer's report and a resolution setting the time and date for public hearing to consider amendments to the San Diego County Water Authority Local Conflict of Interest Code. So moved. I have a motion and a second.
Second.
Who's second? Ms. Ray. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, let's have a vote.
Chair Rant?
Yes.
Vice Chair Abdullahi is absent. Vice Chair Hogan?
Yes.
Directors Acosta?
Yes.
Bays is absent. Hilliker? Hurst?
Aye.
Katz?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Simpson is absent. Vespi?
Here. Oh, yes, sorry.
Wiley is absent. Yamani?
Hilliker, yes.
Hilliker, yes. Chair Rant, items on the consent calendar pass.
Thank you very much. We have no action or discussion presentation items. We do have information, and I have a speaker, Director Kennedy, under information items. Go ahead, Director
Thank you, Chair
Kennedy.
I'm not on this committee, but I appreciate the opportunity to comment. And I was going through the controls report. I want to give a shout out to Andrea Halshaw, who apparently is the one who prepares this. I'm not sure she's in the room. I see Chris here all the time, but she's the one who prepares it. But you know, this report, if for those of you board members who don't read it, is a wealth of information because it gives you some of the real numbers we're looking for. And one of the things that I would like to maybe see for maybe a slight modification in there on page 2 of 4 on the net water sales revenue, we get values of the actual acre feet sold in the 11-month period that this report describes, and also certain cost values. So the bottom paragraph describes $105 million for 133,000 acre feet of IID water. Then we have $127 million for conveyance of the IID and the canal lining water, and then $140 million for water purchased from Channelside or Poseidon. What we don't have here is the cost of the canal lining water, which I think is a very important source for us. And I can try to back into it from that, but I know that cost is both a very small, I think it's like 20 or 30 bucks an acre foot to buy it, but then also the debt service payments on that stuff. If we could get that kind of information included in this report, I think it'll be instructive for the board members to understand the importance of the canal lining water in that process for this board and its relative inexpensiveness. There's also, when you take this information and you then, this month we got the annual aqueduct operating plan, and as a former operations manager, I was looking forward to, oh, he's already gone, the presentation on that this month. AOP on page 124 lists desal as being 32% of our supply forecasted for the upcoming year. And when you start overlaying those costs, I think that if we could also in this, we have to kind of back into the numbers here as to what our mix is, but it would surely be helpful for me to see what the percentages from sources are and what the costs per source are kind of just laid out on a table. So if I could make that recommendation for future, if that's possible, because I think as we get forward in this discussion on these sources of supply and our excess supplies, and it'll kind of help us target in on which ones we want to try to negotiate our ways out of first, and which ones we want to keep for sure. And I believe that's canal lining. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Okay, I see no other speakers. We have no closed session. And with that, we are adjourned for lunch. Thank you.
Reconvene at 12:45 for water planning. 45 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome to the Water Planning and Environmental Committee meeting for July 25th, 2024. I'd like to turn it over to General Counsel Edwards for an announcement regarding remote participation.
Thank you. Director Smith will be appearing remotely pursuant to Just Cause Exception in Government Code Section 54953.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any additions to the agenda. At this time, Suzanne, can you please call the roll?
Chair Heidemann.
Here.
Vice Chair Macedo.
Present.
Vice Chair Smith.
Here.
Directors Bays. Elletharp.
Here.
Hurst.
Present.
Kennedy.
Here.
Leahy. Here. Lines. Here. McMillan.
Yes.
Queerum. Here. Vespi. Whitburn. Supervisor Desmond. Chair Heidemann, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you, Suzanne. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any item listed on the Water Planning and Environmental Committee agenda.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Okay, so in lieu of my chair's report, I thought I'd share a little bit of good news. I just got a text message from my son who said that the Padres just threw a no-hitter for the second time in history. So, yeah. How's that for a chair's report? All right, so there are no consent items on the consent calendar. Next, we're going to move to actions, discussions, and presentations. So at this time, Lisa Pruce, Principal Water Resource Specialist, and David Edwards, General Counsel, will give a presentation on the fiscal year 2026 Water Conservation Garden membership options. Take it away, Lisa.
Thanks. All right, we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. So just a really quick recap. The garden's been around for 25 years. The 6 signatories to the Joint Powers Agreement creating the Water Conservation Authority are listed on the slide there. The mission really is to be that public face where people can go and view how to promote water conservation and sustainable use of natural resources. And the Water Authority does provide 30% of the annual funding contribution from the JPA. All right, so a little bit of history. We had some issues starting in October that ultimately ended up in the agreement being terminated with the Friends of the Water Conservation Garden in February. The operations were paused for about a week and then they resumed in March. In June, the JPA adopted the FY25 operating budget. And currently that group is focused on really onboarding the new staff. So they've got 2 full-time staff and 3 part-time staff currently on board, and they have 1 more staff to hire. And ultimately that'll result in hopefully increasing revenue and planning for the future as they move forward. Also, a little bit of history on the funding contributions. You can see that over the several years, the contributions were going down. When that change in running the operation happened, there was a little bit of an uptick in the contributions from the Water Authority. And then the budget for FY25 is $151,657 that will be contributing. And future is to be determined. Next. And then we did get a question from Director Lines about the budget for water conservation funding. The external funding makes up about 92% of what we spend on conservation. That makes grants and other contributions from the county and other folks like that. And then the remaining 8%, which makes up the operating budget, about a third of that is the operating cost for the garden that gets paid. And then I guess I'll hand it off to David to talk a little bit more about the withdrawal from the agreement.
Thank you. Right, so the reason my name's associated with this is because the decision before the board is to elect to exercise a contractual right to withdraw from the agreement. So the Water Conservation Agreement has a withdrawal clause that says that during the first month of the fiscal year, which is this month, we can give notice to withdraw, which would be effective June 30, 2025. During this pending year, the Water Authority, along with all the other members of the Joint Powers Authority, remain liable for expenses that are incurred by the authority. And then you always have the opportunity, because the withdrawal isn't effective until June 30, there's an opportunity to come back here and change your mind. And we're prepared to keep this group informed of material changes at the Conservation Garden, and we'll certainly agendize this item next summer or next spring so that you have an opportunity to hear what's going on and make a decision whether you want to stay with the decision to withdraw, should that vote occur, or not. So the two options are to exercise our contractual right and issue the notice of withdrawal, or to not do that and remain a member of the garden, which would effectively obligate the Water Authority to be a member of the joint powers for 2 additional years. So we still have 1 year we're on the hook for. If we don't notice our withdrawal, it would have a second year of commitment. So.
All right, thanks, David. We've got a number of speakers in the queue, so Director Kennedy's first up.
I'd like to move option 1 to send the notice of intent to withdraw.
Second, Leahy.
Okay, that was a fast motion and a quick second. Who was the second? Leahy. Okay.
They're really trying to cut that budget.
Okay, so hold on. So we have a couple more comments. Director McMillan.
Yes, as your representative, let me update you. Director Cassidides and I are on a subcommittee to talk to the college and see about them long-term taking over. Helix has taken the vote, and they voted 3-2 to take option 1 basically and review their stance every quarter to see where we are. I think it'll take 2 years before the college can formally take over if they decide to. That has to do with the chancellor's statements about the time required to develop an agenda and stuff for her horticulture department. So we may be in there for 2 years. The authority certainly can decide, but the city of San Diego, I understand, and Sweetwater have also taken the option 1 at this time. And so that's where we are. I don't know if has Sweetwater sent the letter or just voted, Denise? You haven't sent the letter. Okay, the others have. And that's where we are. If you have any questions, and the reason your charges are going up, the friends that used to be operators and stuff were money raisers, and they raised money and they contributed, and had a staff of about 18. Now we're down to 2, and they're hiring an executive director to go up to 3 full-time people and 3 part-time. So it's pretty limited. The hours are limited now, but we're looking at a long-range, sustainable financial plan is what the agencies are looking at. And as David Edwards mentioned, we are obligated through next June 30th. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Director McMillan. Director Lyons.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm not opposed to the motion on the floor, but I did want to add a few thoughts, and I appreciate the subcommittee's update. I think we have a couple things to think about when it comes to this water conservation garden, and one is the risk and the legal concerns. So I am appreciative that we're on top of that, and we would take some action to best protect ourselves. I do want to make sure, though, that my colleagues on this board are aware that this and I think compliments to us. This water garden is known across the whole state of California as being a model for really good education on conservation and efficiency. You might think, oh, it's just tucked away and it's this little thing and we're really not putting that much money into it overall. But it's really bigger than what, it has a bigger reputation for doing a good job than you would realize. There aren't that many water conservation gardens, water efficiency gardens, and it's very notable. So from the perspective of being in the industry of landscape architecture, I wanted to share that. It may be better housed through the college, so I'd be really curious, and I'd like to ask if an amendment would be necessary to do this, but I would be really curious for this to come back to the board after they've developed the long-range financial plan to see what the status is. Maybe it might not need to be quarterly, but at least, again, in the window that we could reconsider our decision to withdraw. Would that need to be requested amendment?
Well, I don't think it's necessary.
I don't think an amendment's necessary. We plan to keep the board updated.
Okay, good. All right.
Thank you, Director.
And thank you for the more detailed report on how we spend money in water efficiency and education. I'm actually really thrilled to hear that we get external funding to cover 92% of it. That's a bonus for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lyons. Director Scalzetti.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not on this committee, but thank you for letting me weigh in. Just wanted to remind everybody of our founding fathers of this water garden, our very own Warren Buckner and Keith Lewinger, who kind of founded this thing from the beginning. Just get some background.
Thank you. Director Buckowitz.
Yeah, I just had some questions. Maybe if we do decide to have a relationship, how to prevent this from happening again. How did this fail? Did people not pay their dues, or did it grow too fast, or what happened?
Slight history. The Water Authority. Well, the Water Authority wasn't originally a member. I was a member and representative for Padre originally, and then Helix was in there, and Otay. And I think about the turn of the century, they got in a little trouble, and they asked the Water Authority to contribute $125,000, I think, and you've been contributing ever since. And it was the intention of the different boards to reduce their contribution, so they contracted with a group, the Friends of the Garden, to operate it, and the Friends of the Garden got in some financial trouble. They borrowed money, which unfortunately the Oversight Board from the JPA didn't quite know about. I mean, like $500,000 to keep going during for operations during the COVID, and then another $400,000 or $500,000, and when it all came to fruition, we realized they were short. That's why you paid a little extra last year. We had to take it through June, and now the 5 agencies, Sweetwater, Otay, Helix, the city, and Cuyamaca, and the Water Authority joint venture is operating the garden. Brian Only from Helix has done a remarkable job of getting everything organized and all the businesses, and we've hired an outside counsel to protect ourselves because of the $1 million debt that the Friends had. And Jeremy Juergens, a former director here that represented Camp Pendleton, is the attorney for that. But we're moving ahead, and we need a long-range financial plan, and that's why somebody. And I'm not saying Helix is pulling out. We just made the business decision to leave that option open. And I would. The question was, yes, we would keep you updated, and I think it's going to at least take 2 years for anything substantial to happen.
Thank you. So basically, I don't mean to be sarcastic, but kind of mismanagement Is that what caused it, you think?
Well, the Friends did file bankruptcy, so one can...
All right, thank you. So we have a motion by Director Kennedy, a second by Director Leahy. Suzanne, can you please call the roll?
Chair Heidemann,
Yes.
Vice Chair Macedo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith,
Yes.
Directors Bays, Elitharp,
Yes.
Hurst,
Aye.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Leahy, Lines,
Yes.
McMillan,
Yes.
Queerum,
Yes.
Vespi, Whitburn, Supervisor Desmond. Chair Heidemann, the motion to approve option 1 passes.
Thank you, Suzanne. We have no information or closed session items today, so there's no further business, and the meeting is now adjourned. LPO in 5 minutes.
I am Chair Jerry Buckowitz. Thank you, Dan. As we discuss the items of the agenda today, I will be calling on directors who push their speaker buttons. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all of your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda. Nidia, can you please call the roll?
Chair Buckowitz.
Here.
Vice Chair Ray.
Here.
Vice Chair Steiner.
Here.
Directors Acosta.
Here.
Croucher. Absent. Hilliker. Leahy. Lines.
Here.
Madaffer. Serrano.
Here.
Simpson. Swanson.
Here.
Whitburn. Yamane.
Here.
Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I do not have any additions to the agenda. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any item listed on the Legislative and Public Outreach Committee agenda.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. Chair, there are none.
Seeing none, I'll move on. I'm pleased to announce that one of our most important outreach program is gearing up for the fall. Starting today, we are accepting nominations and applications for the next Citizens Water Academy class in October. We're very excited to host the community again for this award-winning program, which helps emerging community leaders understand the importance of what we do behind the scenes each and every day. The application period will run through August 28th. The class always benefits from nominations by directors. Please talk with your public affairs director, Mike Lee, if you have more details. And if you can find a nomination, please find the nomination forms that are at your seats today. Are there any director comments? Seeing none, there are no items on the consent calendar this month. But there are 3 action items, presentation items this month. Item 1 is to adopt a position on bills. Item 1A is regarding Senate Bill 1255, and item 1B is on California Proposition 4. Legislative analyst Dan Guyton and State Advocate Kristen Olson will provide an overview of the legislation and open it up for discussion.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Buckowitz and LPO Committee. So there's 2 action items, as the Chair described. So the first being SB 1255. So this is a bill by Senator Durazo. And this bill seeks at its core to address water affordability in California by establishing a water rate assistance program for low-income households. So I'm just going to go briefly into some of the what's included in the legislation. So specifically, the bill will require the State Water Board to update a needs analysis by July of 2026 to determine funding levels needed to provide 20% bill credit to eligible households served by water systems with under 3,300 connections, and for community water systems with over 3,300 connections, it will require them to establish a water rate assistance program by July 1st of 2027, providing automatic enrollment for eligible ratepayers based on available information between Public Utilities Commission to establish data sharing mechanisms and electrical gas corporations and water systems. It would also ensure or require that the assistance program provide eligible ratepayers with no less than 20% bill credit and caps administrative cost at 10% of the contributions received. And lastly, it is written so it automatically enrolls ratepayers and will require each water system to notify ratepayers of that enrollment and provide them with an option to opt out if they choose. So the Water Authority has been keeping a close eye on this piece of legislation, and we've been engaging on statewide strike teams with CMUA and ACWA around this bill, not only to get amendments in place, but to also communicate concerns many of you and our member agencies have had around the bill, and we will continue to do that throughout the legislative process. I also want to point out that while everyone recognizes that this bill needs amendments, we do have member agencies on both sides, in opposition and in support of this bill. So I think that's kind of what drove us to this watch position. And I'm going to hand it over to Kristen to talk a little bit more. She's had pretty in-depth analysis on this and outreach with the author's office in addition to various stakeholders. So Kristen, please.
Sure. Thank you, Daniel. And I'm happy to answer any questions that board members have. I'll start with just a high-level overview so I don't get too far into the weeds if you don't want me to. But as Daniel said, the goal here is to develop a water rate assistance program to help low-income households and individuals with their water rates. All of those who have expressed concern on the bill, including ACWA, CMUA, many local water agencies across the state, have expressed support for the concept of such a program. I think there's pretty widespread support for developing a program, but also support for making sure that local water agencies have the flexibility and discretion to develop and implement a program in the way that works in their local communities. And that is what has led the associations and the water agencies to express opposed unless amended positions. There are a number of different provisions that they're seeking amendments on. Some have already been taken care of, but the two primary ones have to do with an opt-out versus opt-in, as well as the administrative cap. I have been, as Daniel has said, in conversations with the author's office, the sponsors on this as well, both directly as well as through the associations. Last week in a conversation I had with them, it is becoming clearer that it looks like the cap on the administrative costs will be removed. So that's never a certain thing until the amendment is actually in print, but it looks like there will be an agreement to remove that 10% administrative cap. That would leave the main issue as opt-in versus opt-out. The sponsors understand the concerns related to an opt-out provision, but they are concerned that an opt-in provision will not generate enough revenue to make a program substantive. The challenges that have been expressed with opt-out are, one, that it would be very costly on water agencies to do the marketing and the advertising and the outreach required to make sure that ratepayers are aware of this fee that could be up to 5% of their bill, 5 to 10% of their bill on there. The other concern has to do with liability. There is some debate within the water community as to whether that would pass the 218 test and stand up in court. And then those who believe it would still are concerned about the fact that that does not avoid the risk of litigation, right? Even if the litigation is unfounded, it could still be costly to have to fight that in court. So that is the primary provision left that is generating concern within the community. Conversations are continuing. The sponsors have been very responsive, but there is not yet agreement on what a final program should look like. So as I said, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think I'll leave it at that for now. And as Daniel said, the recommended position is watch.
Gary Arant.
Thank you, Chair. I don't understand how many changes could be made to this bill to make it a good bill. It's every time I read the proposed amendments, it gets worse. There's one aspect to the bill that I'm very much concerned about, and that is the credibility, the faith that the customers put into our agencies, that we are honest and above board with them. And I think this approach of getting you to make donations, whether you know it or not, once it gets into public knowledge, the public's going to look at us like, well, you're just part of the state or the federal government. You're taking money away from us without us knowing. So to me, the whole basis of the program is unfounded, because it doesn't go on the notion that people will want to help others. It goes on the notion of you're going to help others unless you opt out. And I just think it's totally misguided. We've always been supportive of low-income rate assistance. There are ways to get people to donate. That's great. You can donate on your income tax. You can check a box, just like you can right now for the presidential elections. You could donate on your state income tax, whatever. And then there are statewide agencies that are in the business of helping low-income ratepayers. And I think that's where it needs to stay. I got to tell you, for an agency of our size, to implement this type of program will be very costly, and I imagine even for larger agencies, it's a big climb. So thank you, and I would hope the watch position is interesting, but I really would recommend and oppose.
Director Swanson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I won't restate everything that Director Arant said, but I have also the same concerns. And I would like to just share, some points on the administrative costs. I realize as presented by staff, there may be a change in the bill to reduce that cap, but just the significance of administering a program like this for our agency, for Padre Dam, when I looked at it, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars to administer a program like this. That's money that goes away from those that actually need the money, right? The low-income people who are looking for the support. So I think, as Director Arant noted, there's significant flaws in this bill. There's not been enough movement to correct those flaws. And it would be my strong recommendation to this board to look at a position of oppose for this bill. Thank you.
Director Acosta.
Yes, thank you. I did have a question and also some comments, but my question was about equity. So say a wealthier district with more philanthropic ratepayers wants to sign in and they create a big program, but other districts don't. Does that money get shared? Because I know this is statewide. How does that work?
That is a good question. The money does not get shared through the chair. The money does not get shared, but there are exemptions provided in the bill. Some are still being refined, but exemptions provided in the bill for water agencies who have their own program, as long as they meet certain thresholds. So would be happy to talk offline and figure out exactly what your parameters would be, but it is possible you could get an exemption from the bill if you had your own local program.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I echo the sentiments of the other speakers. I think water affordability is such an important issue. Low-income ratepayer assistance is so important. But this bill, although well-intentioned, has so many flaws that I do not like this watch position. I would go with an oppose unless amended, and I would put all those bullet points out there. So many amendments would need to be made before we could support this. So I would be for an oppose unless amended. Thank you.
Director Leahy.
Thank you. Not so much a comment on the bill itself, but just a comment on the administration of other programs that have come out in the last few years. The LIWAP program, which recently expired earlier this year, was a program in which the customer had to apply for the funding, and this was more of a debt relief program that it paid your existing balance on your bill, not so much forward moving. I think they did have a short-term forward paying portion of it, but Oceanside is, I think, one of the third lowest income communities in the region, and we even struggled to get customers to apply, which is just crazy to think that we had this program and we couldn't get people to actually apply. When we had Mr. Esquivel down here a couple of years ago and we were talking about water affordability, I mentioned it during that meeting, that there needs to be programs that don't require the customers to apply for them necessarily as another effort beyond what maybe their other programs they're already in, because it's not happening. And then money's being left on the table And then those customers who likely really do need the assistance aren't actually getting it. There was a program during COVID in which the state looked at, I believe all the agencies had to send in all of their balances that were past due on their accounts, and then the state issued a check to those agencies and paid off a portion of those balances, and that was very easy for the agencies to administer. Mind you, it doesn't have any qualifiers as far as income based. It was just delinquent and past due balances, but very easy to apply those balances to, or that monies to customers that potentially needed it because they were unable to pay the bill. So I just wanted to provide that insight as far as the administration of some of these programs, that I do have concern with any customers even having to apply to qualify for the assistance, because there are a lot of customers that just they don't want to be on another list. I have been told that many times. They don't want to sign up. They don't trust who they're giving their information to. And so that's definitely a concern, that the people that may really need the assistance wouldn't even participate in the program.
Director Lyons?
Thank you, Chair. I think probably all of us will believe that we support rate assistance, and just based on our extended conversation about our rates, it's probably something we all hold very dear. So I think that there's merit to the approach of what this bill is intended to solve. However, I think there's too many flaws associated with it as it stands, and so I'd like to officially move to oppose unless amended.
Second.
I continue the discussion, or I take the vote? Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I have 3 more speakers. Director Serrano.
Thank you very much. I just want to put on record the City of San Diego has been looking at this bill, shares many of the concerns that have been raised here. We are looking to engage the author's office and confer with our own government affairs staff. So until that happens, it'd be premature for the city to be able to take a formal position today. So the city will abstain on this item. But again, believe in the spirit of what the bill is trying to accomplish, but the way it's currently written presents many concerns, again, which were outlined today. We do want to engage with the author to see if there's any movement, and then we'll weigh in formally. But at this time, we will abstain on the item. Thank you.
Finally, Director McMillan.
Thank you. Not a member of your committee, Chair, but I appreciate it.
That's why I had to skip you over so many
I
times.
know,
Sorry,
I know.
Dan.
Thank you. I will say, Brian Only, the general manager of Helix, has probably been a big information provider of this information. Helix has looked at this, and our position is to oppose strongly. We do believe in the helping those that need it. We obtained $1.2 million worth of LILAC and other funds last year for our ratepayers. During COVID, the board allocated $500,000 to help administration and help ratepayers under the HELP program. As it's been pointed out before, it wasn't well received. I mean, I think we spent about $70,000, and most of that was reimbursed by the state. And we hired Head Start. Another thing here is that the administration of this, the income, you don't know the income of people. The the state franchise tax board knows income. They can do credits, but we don't know them. We do have a concern about 218, and as Director Acosta said, the other reason is you do have rich districts and poor districts, and if you implemented this, I would rather see it on a regional basis than a district basis, because it makes more sense for a region. And I guess I may wonder why the authority, I guess because we have members are discussing this, or we should oppose, we feel we should oppose, given that, the authority is not affected, but our members are. Thank you.
Director Hurst?
Thank you. Not a member of the committee. Many people are probably not aware that we have a substantial portion of the population in Ramona is economically disadvantaged. Nonetheless, Ramona is among the local agencies that have written a letter or joined in writing a letter in opposition unless amended. Thank you.
Director Myers?
Thank you. I didn't want to be forgotten. I'm not a member of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I just wanted to mirror the comments made by others. I think that and I would be supportive if I were on the committee of the motion to oppose.
Roll call. Okay. Chair Buckowitz?
No.
Vice Chair Ray? Steiner?
Wait. I'm sorry, I need clarification. I thought the motion was just to oppose, period, not oppose unless amended. Am I confused?
It was, I hope I can clarify, as oppose unless amended.
Okay. Yes.
So your vote is yes? Yes. Thank you. Steiner? Acosta?
Yes.
Croucher? Hilliker? Leahy? Lines?
Yes.
Medaffer?
Abstain.
Serrano?
Abstain.
Simpson's out. Swanson?
Yes.
Whitburn? Yamane?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Okay, our next discussion is on Proposition 4.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move approval of Proposition 4.
Second. Go ahead. You can have it.
You know, the Proposition 4, given the state of the budget, I was surprised that that we did manage to see as much as we saw in this bill that we have access to. But I am moving this item.
I have one speaker. Director Arant?
Yeah, just a point of information. Aqua, which had originally taken a support position on this bill, has now taken a watch position just because of the fact that so much money has been removed to support water issues. And it becomes a Christmas tree bill. Everybody gets a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and nobody gets enough to actually do anything. Thanks.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to support. I don't have any other speakers. Can we take a vote?
Chair Buckowitz?
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray?
Yes.
Steiner?
Yes.
Acosta?
Yes.
Hilliker?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Lines?
Yes.
Medaffer? Serrano?
Yes.
Swanson?
Yes.
Yamane?
Yes.
Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. Up next, we have Daniel Glayton, our legislative analyst, will provide a government relations update, along with updates from our federal advocate, Katie Schrottler, and our state advocate, Christian Olson. Daniel?
Thank you, Chair Buckowitz. And Katie will not be joining us today. It will just be Kristen Olson. Just a few updates, additional updates for me. Things right now in Sacramento are quiet since the legislature is on recess, but there was quite a bit of activity before they broke for recess, including the climate bond, which you all just supported, and the enactment of a budget. And Kristen will jump into more of this in her update. On the federal side, some positive news. Our community project funding request for Moosa Canyon cleared an important first hurdle, and this was the on the House side. So as you may remember, Congressman Vargas submitted as part of his community project funding package our Moosa Canyon request. So that request was ultimately included in the Transportation and Housing and Urban Development Appropriations Bill that was marked up in the committee and is now awaiting floor action. The House was hoping to get all of their appropriations bills completed by the end of July. That's no longer going to happen as they have decided to cancel next week. So they'll have 3 weeks before the end of the fiscal year and before the end of the election, to get work done. So it's widely anticipated that they'll pass a CR, and we won't see the outcome of that for a few more months. In addition, the Bureau of Reclamation just announced new Water Smart grants. There will be a webinar on more information on this next month, and I'll be sending out more information on this opportunity as well. Over the past month, our government relations team has been meeting with several of our San Diego City Council and San Diego County Supervisor's Office to inform them about the ongoing work in the Southern First Aqueduct. Specifically, we've met with Supervisor Desmond's office, Supervisor Anderson, Councilmember Lee, and Councilmember Von Wilpert. They, since the project will be impacting their district and their constituents. So with that, I'll hand it over to Kristen for any other state updates.
Thank you, Daniel. Hello again. Just a few updates. I'll start with the two you already took positions on. I want to thank you for the clear direction on SB 1255. That will really help in the last month of session. As I mentioned, we're in regular conversation with the author's office, the sponsors, as well as the associations that the Water Authority and all your member agencies belong to. So we'll be sure to communicate the position of the Water Authority, and we'll report back as and if amendments are taken. Related to Proposition 4, I just wanted to mention there was polling done, I believe it was last week, updated polling by PPIC, showing voter support at 59%. The good news of that is it's well above the simple majority needed to pass in November. The challenging news of that is proponents typically like to see an initiative in the low to mid 60s this far out of an election. So we'll continue to watch that with a close eye. As I'm sure you all know, there was a big win in the final outcome of the bond when it comes to dam safety funding. We were able to, in working with the Broad Water Coalition, increase the funding that they were initially planning on including in the bond for dam safety. And I know that's one of the Water Authority's high priorities. So it was nice to see that despite the lower amounts in several categories that there was some disappointment over, but still a big win for the Water Authority. And we appreciate all your collective advocacy efforts on that. Two other quick things. I wanted to give a brief update on Senate Bill 366 by Senator Caballero. This is a bill that the Water Authority Board voted to support last year, but had been on hold for about a year, just parked in the Assembly. And it was brought up the week before the legislature went on summer recess. And it did successfully pass out of Assembly Water Parks and Wildlife Committee, which is great news because it was struggling there last year. This is the bill that would require the Department of Water Resources, in conjunction and collaboration with a broad stakeholder advisory group, to develop water supply targets and assess the needs of the water needs across the state for all the different sectors. And it must increase water supply by 9 million acre feet by 2040. There were amendments that had to be taken. The primary amendment that was just taken in committee is, instead of 10 million acre feet of additional supply by 2040, that was reduced to 9 million as a compromise with various stakeholders. But it is moving forward, so I wanted to report on that. Its next step will be the Assembly Appropriations Committee. Finally, the legislature will return from its summer recess on August 5th, and will have about 4 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks, to finish all of its work for the year. They must adjourn by midnight on August 31st. There will be some budget trailer bills. The general thought is there won't be as much substantive policy passed through those trailer bills as has been done in the recent past. although we're already hearing that might not be true for areas in the energy space. So we'll see if that changes, keep you informed. But I had a meeting just yesterday with the governor's office water person in the ledge unit, and he said they are not working on developing a budget trailer bill in the water space. Again, we'll keep you notified if that changes. But lots of bills. We will make sure we're representing the water authority's positions early and often, and appreciate your time today. Happy to answer any questions.
No questions? I don't see any speakers. Thank you all for your report.
Jerry?
Oh.
Sorry about that. Kristen? Hi, it's Mel. There's a lot of talk with Metropolitan and with the governor as far as the Delta conveyance. Does that seem to be a lot of talk from the legislature, or is that mostly just happening from the governor's office?
I would say at this point, it's been primarily from the governor's office. And I agree, they've been talking about that more this year than they have in the last few years, particularly in late spring. I haven't heard much conversation yet in the legislature on it. And I was surprised it didn't come up more during some of the climate bond conversations toward the end. But the legislature's been pretty quiet on it thus far.
Thank you.
No other questions? There's one information item this month, the quarterly report on the public affairs activities. This item can be found on page 158 of your board packet. There's no closed session, there's no further business, and the meeting is now adjourned. Formal board meeting begins in 5 minutes.
No, formal board has to start at 2 o'clock, so you all have a 20-minute break.
We are out of closed session.
We're out of closed session, and turn to our attorney for...
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and all those present. The authority board met in closed session to discuss the item listed on the item 2B of the closed session portion of the agenda, specifically public employee performance evaluation, titled General Counsel in conjunction with conference with labor negotiators concerning unrepresented employee general counsel. The board considered and provided their evaluation, and further provided authority to the board officers to work with the general counsel on potential changes to the contract that would come back at a future date in open session for consideration. That concludes the report out of closed session.
And future date would be our August meeting. I thank everyone for being with us, for staying with us. It's been a long day. We accomplished some really good things today. So thank you all so much. Have a great day. We are adjourned.